Chapter 394. The battles in politics and business often had a common point. Every time it looked like they were at the end of the line, it was as if there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Just as the oil was cooking the fire, who knew that it would instantly turn into a cold autumn? Xinyang and the Eastern Palace thought they had a clear grasp of the Ministry of Revenue's battle in Jingdo and had grasped the Fan family's biggest weakness. They arrogantly and eerily took action, wanting to have the Fan family circumference insignia change owners. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be the complete opposite and they would lose a large amount of power for no reason? Going back to Jiangnan, Fan Xian held the imperial envoy Ming Jian in his hand, cleared out the palace treasury, took control of the transport company, and, through Xia Qifei, forced the Ming family's money to tighten. Then, through that lawsuit, he successfully plunged the Ming family into chaos. Then, through the enormous Overwatch Council's help, he made things difficult for the Ming family everywhere under heaven. His manner was overbearing, as if he could crush the Ming family into a pile of powder at any moment. At such a moment, who would have thought that so many shocking things would happen? My people want to enter the garden. Fan Xian slapped the table. His eyes were like hooks as he looked coldly at the person in front of him. Enunciating each word, he said, "Sir Shui, I have already waited 10 days. I will not wait any longer today." The person sitting beside him was the most powerful person in Jiangnan, Governor Shui Qing of Jiangnan Road. The place the two of them were having their secret discussion was in the study of the governor's manor. The accounts master of the Juanshan conference, who was also the Ming family's housekeeper, Zhou, had already been discovered by the Overwatch Council and was currently hiding in the Ming garden. Regardless of whether it was for the assassination attempt at Jiangnan restaurant or Fan Xian's strong interest in the Juanshan conference, the Overwatch Council had enough reason to kill their way into the Ming garden and drag out that person. However, it was, after all, the Ming Garden, one of the 3 great gardens in the world. It represented the interests of countless people in Jiangnan, countless people's lives, and countless people's hopes. Even if Fan Xian wanted to send people into the Ming Garden to search, he had no choice. He had to first go to the Jiangnan governor's manor to communicate with Shui Qing. As long as Shui Qing was willing to nod, Fan Xian did not care much about the Ming family or the Jiangnan aristocracy. It was a pity that time was pressing, so he could not send a Bao to Wuzhou first. Naturally, he would not be able to clearly find out what Shui Qing's bottom line was from his father-in-law's mouth. Fan Xian could only go straight to the governor's manor and make this seemingly shocking suggestion. Shui Qing's attitude was clear. Shui Qing's attitude. Yes. Wanted the governor's manor to send people to the investigation. No way. The Jiangnan governor was not afraid of offending the Ming family, but he knew how ruthless it was. The Ming garden was like a door. In the first few months, he and Fan Xian had been tidying up the Ming family's property outside the door and tormenting the Ming family's spirit. They had not touched the Ming family's foundation. Thus, the other party had blindly retreated, endured, and appeared weak. Once the people of the government stepped into the Ming family's high threshold, the proper court of the Qing kingdom did not care about overthrowing a wealthy merchant family, even if this family was the wealthiest in the Qing kingdom. The problem was, the Ming family directly and indirectly supported hundreds of thousands of people and affected the lives of most of the common people in Jiangnan. The Ming family did not even need to fight back. As long as this situation came out, the stability of all of Jiangnan would become a major problem. Governor Shui Qing looked coldly at the young man beside him. He thought to himself, "You are the imperial envoy. When the time comes and Jiangnan becomes a mess, you can just pat your butt and leave. After you return to the capital, there is still the emperor, Director Qin, and Minister Fan to support you. But what about me? Will I have to throw all the mess after this onto myself? If Jiangnan is not stable, how can I continue as governor?" Thus, after Fan Xian politely came to the governor's manor to discuss matters, Xue Qing firmly refused the request of both sides to cooperate in investigating the case. His words were very clear. Since it was that mysterious Juanshan conference, since it was a problem the Overwatch Council had found from the beginning, and since it did not involve local government, it was fine for his people to help the Overwatch Council clean up on the outside. However, he was not willing to directly enter Ming Garden and cause trouble. This was the way of being an official. Xue Qing knew that Fan Xian was not certain of the trouble that could arise from searching Ming Garden, which was why he was dragging him down with him. How could he just obediently go down? It had already been delayed for 10 days, and Xue Qing was still not willing to relent. Fan Xian's heart began to gradually become angry. After leaving the governor's yamen, Fan Xian climbed into the carriage. He furrowed his brows and supported his chin with his hand. He began to stare blankly. Deng Ziyub glanced at Fan Xian and quietly said, "We have people watching the Ming Garden the entire time. I heard that the fourth Ming master hasn't suffered much in the Suzhou government. If we want to enter Ming Garden to capture people, we can do it ourselves. Actually, we don't necessarily need the governor's manor's help. I'm just afraid we will lose some people." Naturally, Ming Garden had its own thugs and even powerful private military forces. Fan Xian had once glanced at the garden from a distance and knew that with some slight modifications, the garden could become a sturdy castle. If the Overwatch Council wanted to forcefully attack it without the help of the Black Knights, it would be a difficult matter. If Xue Qing did not nod, the Black Knights would not be able to enter deep into the bustling city of Jiangnan. Entering the garden is not difficult. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. As long as the Ming family is not prepared to rebel, the Overwatch Council can take my personal letter and enter the garden to search. Would they dare to stop us? What castle and military forces? It's all fake. The old Ming matriarch wouldn't dare to move a single person. His face gradually became cold. But, if we want to enter Ming Garden to capture people, there are two problems. First, we don't know how many aces there are in the Juanshan conference. If that housekeeper Zhou, who knows the inside story of the Juanshan conference, has not been silenced, will those aces protect him from Suzhou? Second, we can't make too much of a ruckus. The Ming family has already shown weakness for a few months. The atmosphere of sorrow is incomparably thick, particularly after the fourth Ming master was captured and brought into the Suzhou government. The Suzhou government has not been released, and the rumors outside are becoming more and more bizarre. Deng Ziyu listened quietly to the side. He knew what the commissioner was worried about. Presently, all of Jiangnan was saying that the Overwatch Council, under Fan Xian's command, was bullying the Ming family with the intention of taking over their property. It was about to evolve into a story of murder and theft. One had to have a good reason for going against the Ming family. However, the court's reason for dealing with the Ming family had never been straightened out. Thus, in Jiangnan, from the gentry to the common people, they all began to stare at Fan Xian with wary and disgusted gazes. The reputation Fan Xian had built in Jingdou for 2 years had already been greatly polluted. Ming Qingda is a smart person, Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said. This move of retreating in order to advance is indeed beautiful. It looks like they are only retreating, but we are still pressing forward step by step. In the eyes of the common people, their emotions will always be biased. Furthermore, the Ming family has deep roots in Jiangnan. Their ability to mobilize public opinion is much stronger than our own 8th Bureau. Ever since they knew that housekeeper Zhou was hiding in Ming Garden, the Overwatch Council Palace Treasury Transport Company's attacks on the Ming family became more and more ferocious. The Ming family's property was endlessly harassed and gradually looked like the sun was setting in the west. It looked incomparably pitiful. Public opinion is a very important matter. Reputation is also very important, Fan Xian sighed. If we continue to suppress the Ming family like this, not only will the common people be disgusted with me, even the royal merchants that Xia Qifei is in contact with will probably grow wary of the court. No one knows whether or not they will become the second Ming family. What gives me the biggest headache is... He shook his head. Right now, we are not clear about the situation in the capital. I don't know if we make too big of a move, too many people will die, and too much criticism will be stirred up. Will it give the people in the capital an excuse to move me back? With the situation in Jiangnan still unsettled, Fan Xian did not want to return to the capital, particularly since he would be held back by the women in the palace. It was not a situation he could accept. When the carriage arrived at Hua Garden, he said a few words to the third prince and the others. Then, he brought Deng Ziyu and a few trusted aides into the study. He spread out a map on the large desk and began to think deeply. Fan Xian thought for a while and then used his finger to point at a certain city on the map. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Has the news from Quanzhou come back?" The home of the concubine of the direct heir of the Ming family, Ming Launcher, was in a village next to Quanzhou. The Overwatch Council had already investigated that the brother of the concubine had been on the East Sea the entire time. He was responsible for the Ming family's pirate business and robbing their own merchant ships. The head of the pirates had already been silenced by the military people the Ming family had colluded with. The concubine had also disappeared. In the words of the Ming family, she had gone home to visit relatives. Of course, the Overwatch Council knew this was a lie. But, who could expose this lie? That concubine did not return to the village, a member of the Qinian unit reported. A member of the Qinian unit reported, "We didn't find any traces of bandits along the way. They were probably killed in Suzhou." Fan Xian nodded. This was something he had long expected, so he was not surprised. Straightforwardly, he asked, "What is important is that since that village was the pirate's home, there must have been people who followed him onto the island to become bandits. Those relatives must have some understanding of this matter. Since the Ming family had bathed that island in blood, those villagers would not foolishly stand on the side of the Ming family." A glimmer of shame flashed across the face of the member of the Qinian unit. "That village is already empty." Fan Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The village was empty. There was no need to ask for a reason. Since it was empty, it could not be separated from those dirty tricks. What about the families here? His finger was still pointing directly at Quanzhou. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "The officials of the shipping department were killed by those pirates. When did those families come to the Suzhou government to report?" Another member of the Qinian unit replied in a heavy voice, "Most of those families have already returned to the mainland. Only a few are still in Quanzhou." However, the people of the Fourth Bureau went to ask probingly. Those families received a large sum of compensation. Their desire to pursue the pirates has faded. What is important is, the Ming family has indeed treated them well. They do not believe the Ming family would collude with the pirates. Fan Xian was startled. Shortly after, he said with slight mockery, "Of course not collusion. The Ming family is the pirates." Immediately after, he asked a few more about the previous arrangements of the Fourth Bureau and received not very good answers. Only now did he know that after he cut down the Cui family in Jingdou and during the days when Yan Bingyun was plotting against the Ming family had already made sufficient preparations. They did not leave behind too many loopholes. Fan Xian sat down on the slightly cold chair. In his hands, he held a bowl of warm tea as his thoughts wandered. His subordinate looked at the commissioner in silence, not knowing what to say. It looked like it would be difficult to bring down the Ming family in a short amount of time if he took the open and above-board path. However, he had to use the Overwatch Council's dirty methods. After all, Jiangnan was not other places. He had to worry about the reaction of the people. If it really caused the entire population to take to the streets for a walk, it would be difficult for the Overwatch Council to clean up. Thinking of this, Fan Xian began to feel angry at Xue Qing's indecisiveness. If the Jiangnan governor appeared and he followed from behind, one in the light and one in the dark, one red face and one white face, perhaps this matter would be much simpler. However, Fan Xian did not feel too defeated. He knew that in the battle between the court and the Ming family could forever only stand on the passive defensive side. Fan Xian had plenty of time to slowly play with the Ming family. The reason he was in a hurry to enter Ming Garden was because he wanted to clearly investigate the role of the Juanshang Conference. In the battle with the Ming family, he could endlessly try to bring them down. Even if he did not succeed once, he could try again after resting for a while. But the Ming family could not. This large family could not be defeated even once. Once they were defeated, they would be wiped out. Get ready. Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly and said, "Get ready to enter the garden to capture people at any time." Deng Ziyu hesitated for a moment and then said, not waiting for Governor Xue to make his stance clear. Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "When I do things, I never like to follow in other people's footsteps. I've waited for 10 days and given Xue Qing enough face. If I act now, he can't blame me for being ruthless." What about the Jiangnan people's discussion? Discussion. They say I'm bullying the Ming family. I'll go in gently and gently. I won't hit a single person and won't kill a single person. How am I bullying them? A glimmer of a smile appeared on Fan Xian's face. Besides, I've thought it through. Something like reputation, once it's ruined in Jiangnan, I'll slowly pick it back up in the future. Fan Xian waited for 10 days not because he did not have the confidence to enter Ming Garden and capture housekeeper Zhou. It was not purely because he had misgivings about discussion or because he wanted to wait for Xue Qing to make his stance clear. More importantly, he was waiting for news from Jingdou. After the palace treasury bidding, he knew clearly that the eldest princess faction in Jingdou would launch an attack on the Ministry of Revenue. He was waiting for the result of this matter. The matter was in Jiangnan, but the commander was in Jingdou. As long as the situation in Jingdou was unclear, it would be difficult for Fan Xian to act in Jiangnan. The next day, birds cried out from the willow branches. 3 fast horses charged into Suzhou under the cover of dawn. The bailiffs guarding the city only knew that the people coming were secret agents of the Overwatch Council and did not dare to stop them. The sound of hooves thundered as they charged outside Suzhou's Hua Garden. Someone had long led the 3 riders into the garden. This was the Overwatch Council's fastest way to send news. It was many times faster than the Qing Court's courier service. Fan Xian held the council report Mu Tai had sent from the capital and was slightly happy. He knew that the result of the matter was as he had guessed. The Ministry of Revenue was fine, and the eldest princess side had suffered a great loss. However, as intelligent as he was, he could clearly see that the emperor wanted to use the opportunity to have the old Fan family in Jingdou leave the stage. His slightly happy face immediately darkened. However, he didn't have time to think about his father's matter. Fan Xian shook his head and said to the Overwatch Council official beside him who had been receiving orders the entire time, "Enter Ming Garden and arrest them." The Overwatch Council official accepted the order and left. For a moment, a number of officials came out from the yamen all around Suzhou. The hooves of horses shattered the silence of the morning. Outside the city, 40 or so Overwatch Council officials rode openly and directly toward Ming Garden under Deng Ziyu's lead. "Be careful," Fan Xian turned his head and warmly said. "No one knows who else the Juanshang Conference has left in Jiangnan." Lady Haitong's 2 hands were in the large pockets of her flowery clothing. She tilted her head and smiled. Early in the morning outside Suzhou, after the early birds chirped once, they returned to the trees to sleep. It was quiet all around the road, particularly around the beautiful and spacious Ming garden. One could only hear the faint sound of water being poured and washing coming from inside. Everything was the same as any other day. Suddenly, dozens of riders came galloping along the road. The people on the horses were all wearing the robes of the Overwatch Council. Following the arrival of these dozens of riders outside the Ming Garden, the secret agents of the Overwatch Council who were responsible for monitoring the surroundings of the Ming Garden also appeared from the trees and behind the mountain. Some of them merged into their colleagues who had come to inspect the garden, while some of the spies disappeared without a trace. Deng Ziyu's serious face sank as he rode his horse to the front gate of Ming Garden. He flipped down from his horse. His subordinates behind him also dismounted in unison. At this moment, Ming Garden was as quiet as a shy virgin. However, Deng Ziyu could clearly see that on the inner side of the low perimeter wall, there was a metallic light shining with a soul-devouring light. On the high ground to the left, he could see longbows and crossbows. The other party was already waiting in formation. If they fired in unison, not a single one of these dozens of Overwatch Council officials would be able to return alive. However, Deng Ziyu's expression did not change because he believed in the commissioner's judgment. Although the Ming family were bandits in their bones, they would not be stupid enough to initiate a firefight when faced with the Overwatch Council. As expected, the front gate of Ming Garden was slowly pulled open. The young master of the Ming family, Ming Launcher, whose eyes were slightly red and who seemed to have not slept all night, stood respectfully by the gate. He spread out his right hand and said, "Everyone, please. My condition this week has not been right. My writing has been rather rough. There was a chapter at the beginning that I was not very satisfied with. Everyone knows that I am a person who is easily affected by emotions. My apologies. The day before yesterday, I received news that a cousin of mine passed away. She was not more than 40 years old. I have a feeling that life is impermanent and do not need consolation. Perhaps it is relief. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 395. Report. The carriage stopped 2 streets away from the Suzhou government. The Tiger Guards cautiously watched the movements around them. An Overwatch Council secret agent wearing commoner clothing leaned over and examined the token. He moved closer to the carriage window and spoke in a quiet voice. In the carriage, Fan Xian was holding something and reading it closely. He nodded and said, "Speak." Ming Garden has not resisted. The people of the 4th Bureau have already gone in and are currently searching. For now, there are no results. Fan Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Pay attention to propriety. Tells you not to be too arrogant." The secret agent made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to leave the carriage, disappearing into the morning crowd in Suzhou. The carriage slowly began to move again. It had traveled half a street in the direction of the Suzhou government. Another Overwatch Council secret agent flashed out from the corner of the street and came to the side of the carriage. Lowering his voice, he reported, "There are no unusual movements at the docks." Fan Xian was silent and waved his hand to let the person go. From Hua Garden to the Suzhou government, they had to pass through half of Suzhou. Along the way, the carriage moved silently and did not attract much attention. Most of the people of Suzhou did not know that this morning, the Overwatch Council officials had already charged into Ming Garden like wolves and tigers. During this distance, the crows that the Overwatch Council had temporarily mobilized began to report news from all sides. All of the information related to the Ming family's response was gathered into this moving carriage. For example, the situation in Ming Garden, the situation of the Ming merchant house opening as usual, and the response of the governor's yamen. All of it was sent as quickly as possible into the carriage and handed over to Fan Xian for him to consider. In other words, this carriage was the central tent of the Overwatch Council's operation. Fan Xian also felt a glimmer of strangeness. Even if the Ming family was showing weakness, they could not be bullied to the point where they had not made any moves to retaliate. On the contrary, it was the governor's yamen that was beginning to grow nervous. There were already rumors of troops being mobilized. In today's plan, seeing the Ming family's response was one thing. Capturing that housekeeper Zhou was the most important. During these few days, Ming Garden had been under the Overwatch Council's close surveillance. Housekeeper Zhou should not have had any chance to escape. Most importantly, the Ming family still did not know that the news of housekeeper Zhou hiding in Ming Garden had already been grasped by the Overwatch Council. Thinking of this, a self-mocking smile rose involuntarily to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. In this world of large families, if they fought their way in from the outside, they would always be like a centipede with 100 legs. They would not die immediately, but if they fought from within, then they would face true difficulties. This was something Chao Shuoqin had said in A Dream of the Red Chamber. The reason he had such a sigh now was because the place housekeeper Zhou was hiding was a member of the Ming family. A very powerful person within the Ming family had told Fan Xian through some channel. Otherwise, given the tight defenses of Ming Garden and the fact that the Overwatch Council had not successfully placed a spy from the upper echelons in a dozen years, how could they have calculated that housekeeper Zhou was in Ming Garden? As long as Steward Zhou was in Ming Garden, today's matter could be considered a success. The carriage gradually approached the Suzhou government. Another secret agent from the Overwatch Council came to report some news. There was nothing else strange. The carriage entered an unremarkable little alley and leaned against a thick wall, stopping there. No one knew what it was doing. About 100 feet to the side of the Suzhou Yamen was the prison that held the prisoners. The prison killed people in the autumn and raised them in the spring. Right now, it was a time of prosperity. There were 40 to 50 people locked up in one prison. Going in through the iron gate of the prison, all the way to the end of the straight path, there was a place where sunlight shone down from above, slightly warming the place and dispersing some of the dampness. Compared to the other dark and sunless prison cells, this place was much more comfortable. This prison cell was padded with hay. Under the hay, one could faintly see forbidden blankets and the like. A middle-aged man was drinking alone with a deathly pale face, enjoying a treatment that normal prisoners could not enjoy. This was the fourth master of the Ming family. Because the Overwatch Council wanted to defeat the Ming family, he had become the first person to be used as a sacrifice. He had been forcefully locked up in the Suzhou government. It had already been a dozen days, and there was still no news of him being let out. However, the Ming family was, after all, a large and powerful family. It was as if the Suzhou government was being raised by them. Living in the prison, there were people taking care of everything from top to bottom. His days were considered comfortable. In the prison cell next to him were a number of great bandits. They all looked at him with envious gazes. The fourth master of the Ming dynasty was too lazy to pay attention to those bandits. He only narrowed his eyes and looked at the three bailiffs outside the prison door. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips and he said, "What is it today?" The prison door was opened with a clang by the bailiffs. One of the bailiffs bowed and smiled charmingly. "Fourth master, it's been hard on you these days. However, the Overwatch Council is keeping a close eye, so it's not easy for us to arrange a single room for you." The fourth master of the Ming dynasty shook his head and sighed. Being able to get out earlier is the proper thing. Did the family say anything? At this moment, two other bailiffs had already brought in good food and good wine. They laid it out in front of him, and the fragrance assailed his nostrils. The fourth master of the Ming dynasty was slightly surprised. It was not even lunchtime yet, so why had they come so early to deliver food? Suddenly, he thought of something. His expression couldn't help changing dramatically. In a raspy voice, he said, "What do you mean? After eating this meal, you should be on your way." The bailiff sighed. The fourth master of the Ming dynasty's face was deathly pale. He didn't quite believe his ears. He thought to himself that at most, he was a tyrant and did not deserve the death penalty. Furthermore, he was a member of the Ming family. How could the government dare to casually kill him? He unconsciously retreated and looked hatefully at the bailiffs. Viciously, he said, "What do you mean? I don't understand." The bailiffs lowered his head slightly and said, "It is the Overwatch Council's meaning." "Fourth Master, please don't blame me." The fourth master of the Ming dynasty was not a foolish person. After thinking for a moment, he understood the whole story. After a moment of silence, he smiled wretchedly and said, "What Overwatch Council? I'm afraid the family wants to kill me." The bailiff straightened his body and lowered his voice. "Since you understand, then don't mind it too much. It's not for the good of the family. The Overwatch Council is pressuring the family tightly. I heard they already entered the garden this morning. If we don't do something and make a ruckus, how could the Overwatch Council be willing to stop? You are the fourth master. Using your life to temporarily ensure the safety of the family for half a year is worth it." The fourth master cursed angrily, "You bastards. If you want to die, why don't you let the old matriarch die? **CK her ancestors." He had already reached a moment of life and death. Of course, he knew why the Ming family would send people to kill him. This was certainly not to silence him. He had no idea about the core business of the family. This was just a stroke of ink smeared on the face of the Overwatch Council. From the end of last year, the Ming family had planned to show weakness and sorrowful battle. They needed to use the death of the fourth master of the Ming family as the opportunity to explode. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with despair, dissatisfaction, and anger. The expression of the bailiffs changed and he said, "The old matriarch is the protector of the Ming family. Fourth master, please be more respectful with your words." The fourth master smiled wretchedly and retreated to the corner of the wall. Cursing and swearing in his mouth, he said, "I am also a master of the Ming family. Why must I die? Just because I am not her biological son." Two bailiffs had already walked to the side of the fourth master. Completely ignoring his cursing and resistance, they took out a ball of dirty rag and stuffed it into his mouth, blocking his filthy words. At the same time, they tied his hands behind his back. The ruckus in the inner room had startled the entire prison. Many prisoners looked over with curiosity and fear. The leading bailiffs furrowed his brows and shouted, "The Overwatch Council is doing business. Everyone, be quiet." Even though they were locked up in prison, these prisoners knew that the Overwatch Council was currently suppressing the Ming family. No one had thought that the Overwatch Council would go deep into the prison to assassinate the fourth master. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and gradually felt injustice for the Ming family. However, no one dared to glance in that direction for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. The bailiffs looked at the plate of food in front of him and shook his head. Regretfully, he said, "You can't even eat your last meal well. It has been hard on you." After saying this, he waved his hand. The two bailiffs holding the fourth master took out ropes and wrapped them around the fourth master's neck. The fourth master's neck was tied, and his face was red from the suffocation. His feet stomped endlessly on the ground, sending the hay flying everywhere and dirtying the quilt below. The ropes became tighter and tighter. The fourth master's eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets. His nostrils flared wide. He looked strangely terrifying. The strength of his feet stomping also became weaker and weaker. He was like a dying frog, bouncing weakly. One could imagine the hopelessness in the heart of the dying fourth master. One could imagine the hatred he felt toward the old woman of the Ming family and Ming Qingda. However, he was already going to die. What could he do? The bailiffs looking coldly at the dying fourth master suddenly felt strange. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the cell nearby. The prisoner was looking at him. The prisoner was looking at him coldly. It did not seem like he was cold-blooded watching the spectacle. There was also not a glimmer of fear. He turned around in astonishment and saw the prisoner take out something from the pile of hay and aim it at him. A crossbow. Shing shing shing. 3 crossbow noises rang out. 3 crossbow bolts flew out and accurately pierced the throats of the 3 bailiffs. The 3 of them clutched their throats. They didn't even have time to make a sound before they fell to the ground. Their feet stomped twice and they died. Once the bailiffs died, the ropes loosened. The already dying fourth master's powerless feet gradually regained strength. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the prisoner next door with a confused and muddy gaze. He didn't know why the other party had saved him, nor did he see clearly how the other party had saved him. The prisoner seemed to have done nothing. His eyes were looking straight ahead as he crouched by the bars. The fourth master's entire body was sore and weak. His pants were wet and smelly, but he knew he had escaped death. At this moment, the thick wall behind him, as if it was being manipulated by a ghost, quietly opened up a hole, revealing the clear blue sky outside. Gauda pulled back his long knife. His face was slightly pale. Forcefully breaking through the thick walls of the Suzhou government prison had also used up a lot of his shenqi. He entered the prison cell, picked up the fourth master with one hand, and left the prison. Another Overwatch Council official entered and pulled out the crossbow bolts from the throats of the 3 bailiffs. He then carefully arranged the situation in the prison cell before walking to the side of the bars and extending his hand. The prisoner who had saved the fourth master's life earlier did not say a word. He handed the hidden crossbow in his hand to the Overwatch Council official's hand and pointed at the food box beside him. The Overwatch Council official picked up a chicken leg and placed it in his hand. The prisoner smiled with satisfaction. The Overwatch Council official lowered his voice and said, "Wait another 2 months. Sir still needs you as a witness." The prisoner nibbled on the chicken leg and nodded. Not long after the Overwatch Council official left, the prisoner flicked the rest of the chicken leg into a cell diagonally across from him. Suddenly, his face changed, and he cried out in a shrill voice, "Help! Save me! Someone is killing and breaking into the prison." The carriage left the small alley behind the Suzhou government and slowly drove toward the governor's yamen. However, there was now an extra person in the carriage. The fourth master sat paralyzed in fear under the carriage chair. He raised his head to gaze at the young and handsome figure and was speechless for a moment. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. Rich and powerful families are indeed always filthy and dirty. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and said, "Now that you've seen it clearly, I don't need to say more. In the future, you have to grasp the Ming family well and work well with the seventh master." The fourth master swallowed. The scene of him narrowly escaping death had given him too much psychological impact. It did not allow him to think at all. He nodded his head fiercely. Fan Xian said in a quiet voice, "The old matriarch wants to kill you and blame it on the Overwatch Council. She wants to spread it to the people and create an image of me as shameless and cold-blooded. She wants to stir up the emotions of the people to protect the Ming family, but now that I've saved you, she has instead blamed the Ming family for breaking into the prison. What do you think she will do?" The fourth master's eyes were lifeless. He shook his head and endured the pain in his throat. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Sir, don't underestimate that old B*tch. So, my condition is not just a problem of my mental state. I've caught a cold, a bad cold. Hissing pain. I've ridden less, but the quality seems to be better. My satisfaction is rising. To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 396. Regardless of whether you should be dead right now or have been kidnapped by the Ming family, Fan Xian sat in the carriage and looked outside. Fan Xian sat in the carriage and looked outside. In a quiet voice, he said, "In any case, during this period of time, it is impossible for you to appear in front of people again. The council has already arranged a place for you. Hide well and come out after this matter has settled." The fourth master weakly made a sound of acknowledgement. Fan Xian turned his head and glanced at him. He couldn't resist shaking his head. "When I asked Seventh Ming to meet you, you should have agreed. Why did you have to suffer such a fright?" The fourth master gritted his teeth and said in a raspy voice, "No one would have thought that mother and son would be so ruthless." Fan Xian shook his head somewhat helplessly. For such a large family to survive, they need many sacrifices. The fourth master fell silent. His hand touched his red, tight, and aching throat. He knew that he was nothing more than a sacrifice and didn't have much right to ask for anything. When the carriage was halfway through its original journey, another carriage picked up the fourth master from Fan Xian's carriage. Only Fan Xian and a few people from the Qinian unit were left in the carriage. The 7 tiger guards followed Gao Da's arrangement and scattered around the carriage, concealing their tracks. "Sir, where do we go next?" the subordinate asked in a low voice. Fan Xian thought for a bit and then said, "Wait another hour and send an invitation to the governor's manor. I want to see Shui Qing again." His gaze landed on the subordinate's face and asked, "Has the arrangement in the prison been completed?" The subordinate said in a low voice, "Yes. Furthermore, the Suzhou government has people watching. The Ming family cannot escape the crime of breaking into the prison, only speak directly." Fan Xian furrowed his brows. "I don't understand. If the Ming family wanted to kill the fourth Ming master and frame the council, there was no need to do it so exaggerated." Fan Xian shook his head. "The method is not important. What is important is the timing. Today, the Overwatch Council entered the Ming garden to search. The fourth master died in the prison. No matter how he died or how the Ming family arranged the aftermath, as long as he died and someone found his body, all of the Jiangnan gentry and common people would think it was me who did it." He smiled and said, "The Ming family have been waiting for me to lose my patience and enter the Ming garden so they could throw out this abandoned pawn. However, now that the fourth Ming disciple is not dead, I am truly curious. How will the Ming family continue to play the tragic card?" The carriage slowly came to a stop. The morning sunlight of Suzhou City gently and warmly shone on the long street, shining on people's hearts, and then on the roof of this black four-wheeled carriage, as if to brush away the coldness in the hearts of the people sitting inside. Estimating that Ming Garden was already in a commotion, Fan Xian lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. The tiger guards gathered around and walked toward the tall governor's yamen. An official of the Overwatch Council had already handed over a name card, so the yamen gatekeeper did not dare to stop them. An advisor hurriedly walked out and welcomed them in. It was still in that study. There was still only Governor Shui Qing and Imperial Envoy Fan Xian. Fan Xian very straightforwardly expressed his intentions and informed the other party that the Overwatch Council people had already entered Ming Garden. Hearing this reality that had already happened, the corners of Governor Shui Qing's eyes furrowed imperceptibly. He then sighed and slowly said, "There are many things that cannot be done quickly. Going down to Jiangnan to deal with the Ming family was the Qing Emperor's established policy. Fan Xian was only a specific executor. As the Emperor's trusted aide, Xue Qing knew the origins of this matter. However, in terms of specific measures, he was very different from Fan Xian. The court did not set a timetable for taking in the Ming family. For the Emperor, he believed he still had a lot of time and enough patience to slowly eat up the large clans in Jiangnan. Correspondingly, Xue Qing did not want to act in too much of a hurry. He had always been conciliatory in order to avoid making too much of a ruckus, messing up Jiangnan, and shaking the foundation of the court's rule. Thus, Xue Qing's mood was not very good regarding the matter of Fan Xian directly entering the yamen and saying he had already entered Ming Garden. He still did not understand why Fan Xian was in such a rush. He was clearly a young noble not even 20 years old. What was there to be afraid of wasting a few years? There was another glimmer of anger in his chest. He understood that Fan Xian's action was to force him onto the boat to take a knife. The Overwatch Council had already entered Ming Garden. If the two sides fought, as the governor of Jiangnan wrote, he had to ensure peace no matter what. Then, he had to do what he needed to do. A few days ago, Xue Qing had not relented because he did not have much confidence in dealing with the Ming family. Furthermore, he was afraid of the rumors in the capital. Now that he had been played by Fan Xian, his anger gradually rose. In a low voice, he said, "If trouble arises, who will be responsible?" Fan Xian thought quietly for a moment and then seriously said, "There shouldn't be any trouble." Xue Qing glanced at him coldly and said, "It's not that I'm being arrogant, but no matter how you look at it, I am still one of your elders. You didn't handle this matter carefully enough. The Ming family has already shown weakness for half a year, waiting for you to bully them. Now that you have already bullied their way in, how could they miss this opportunity?" Fan Xian shook his head. "Once we've entered Ming Garden, what can they do?" Xue Qing lowered his eyelids slightly and said, "Although the court has always known that the Ming family keeps 1,000 private soldiers, they have always turned a blind eye to the service they have performed for the court. It was not difficult for a large family of tens of thousands of people to use all kinds of names to raise 1,000 private soldiers." However, Fan Xian couldn't help smiling coldly when he heard these words. "Is it for the court or for the Juanshang conference?" Hearing the words, Juanshang conference, Xue Qing fell silent. For such a mysterious and limitless power organization to appear in the Jiangnan under his rule, it had to be said that he had failed in his duty. The emperor had already severely reprimanded him in the secret letter he had sent. Xue Qing understood that Fan Xian was using the name of the Juanshang conference to pressure him. He could only helplessly shake his head and say, "Where exactly are your plans?" Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "The Ming family was prepared to kill the fourth Ming disciple and plant it on the Overwatch Council. I stopped this matter." In the Suzhou government. Xue Qing was slightly startled. Only now did he understand why Fan Xian appeared to have a card up his sleeve. 1,000 private soldiers. As long as the Ming family does not raise the flag and rebel, I will only send 40 people in, and they won't dare to move. Fan Xian continued to smile slightly and said, "Don't they like to play retreat in order to advance? I want to see just how far they can retreat." Xue Qing half closed his eyes and said, "They really won't dare to move. What you have is not an imperial edict." Fan Xian responded with equal harshness, "I have not taken an imperial edict, but I have the emperor's sword." Xue Qing lightly said, "As long as a few more people die in the Ming Garden and adjust their emotions, it is not impossible for them to bury your 40 Overwatch Council secret agents in the Ming Garden, the emperor's sword. The Ming Garden can find enough excuses to argue that they did not know of this and only thought that Sir Fan Jr. of the Overwatch Council wanted to kill and steal property, so they were forced to retaliate. Don't forget, the Ming family has laid the groundwork very well these few months." For something like this to happen at this time, everyone under heaven will believe them. These words stabbed into Fan Xian's heart. If the Ming family was truly forced into a corner, it was not as if they could not do such a crazy thing. Given the Ming family's foundation in Jiangnan and support in the capital, they could completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with Fan Xian. Furthermore, the Overwatch Council had entered the Ming garden first. Even if the two sides fought openly, public opinion would completely fall on the Ming family's side. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian did not seem to care about this at all. There was not a trace of emotion on that young and handsome face. Xueqing couldn't help but furrow his brows. Fan Xian finally opened his mouth. There was a faint self-mockery at the corner of his lips. The Ming family is waiting for me to act, and I am also waiting for the Ming family to act. As long as we shed all pretenses, if they actually dare to touch my subordinates, no matter what, I will frame them as rebelling. Regardless of whether the people under heaven believe it or not, I will place this hat on the head of that old Ming matriarch. To say such a perverted thing in front of the governor, Fan Xian could not be said to not be daring. However, his following words made Xueqing feel a glimmer of coldness. Naturally, no one would believe they would rebel. Fan Xian smiled slightly and said. However, once we act, the Black Knights that have been staying in Jiangbei will come. I will kill everyone in the Ming garden. As long as everyone in the 6th branch is dead, who will cry out for them? The Jiangnan people or the Jiangnan gentry? He continued to calmly say, even if they cry out for their grievances all the way to Jingdou, so what? Even if they file a lawsuit before the emperor, so what? I have killed everyone in the 6th branch. There is only Xia Qifei left. At most, there will be the 4th Ming prince as an ornament. The court will still have the Ming family property in their hands. As long as the goal is reached, it doesn't matter if the methods are dirty. He turned his head and stared into Xueqing's eyes. I trust that if 40 people of the Overwatch Council died and I moved the Black Knights to Suzhou, you wouldn't still stop me, would you? Xueqing's pupils constricted slightly. If things really developed like this and the Overwatch Council threw in 40 officials, and he still had to forcefully stop the Black Knights from going south, he was afraid that the Overwatch Council would truly fly into a rage and anger the old man in the wheelchair. Even if he was the governor, he probably wouldn't have a good end. Looking at Fan Xian's warm and pure eyes, Xueqing felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He had a completely new understanding of the young official beside him. It turned out that Commissioner Fan of the Overwatch Council was indeed a powerful figure who killed without blinking. The way the younger generation did things was indeed sufficiently crazy. What about you? After massacring Ming Garden, Fan Xian would not have a good ending. However, Xueqing still did not believe that Sir Fan Jr. would gamble with the Ming family on this. Me? At most, I'll have all my titles removed, lose my official position, and be demoted to a commoner, at the very least, banished 3,000 li away. Fan Xian seemed to be thinking about his own end and laughed out loud. It's not like you don't know. I could go anywhere in the world. Xueqing couldn't resist shaking his head and sighing. Then the 40 subordinates you sent into Ming Garden, were they all abandoned? Fan Xian closed his eyes and shook his head. Not so. I am only talking about the worst ending. However, I believe that given the shrewdness of the mother and son of the Ming family, they would certainly not make such a choice. Thus, I am very curious. How exactly is the Ming family prepared to deal with this? It's like playing cards. I don't think I'm going to win this round, but I'm very curious as to what card my opponent is going to play. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, sometimes, I have the curiosity of a gambler. I am also beginning to become curious. Xueqing's eyelids jumped slightly. I hope your judgment is not wrong. The Juanshan Conference accountant surnamed Zhou is still in Ming Garden. Don't worry. Fan Xian encouraged the governor. I have people in Ming Garden. Xueqing furrowed his brows. He didn't know who exactly Fan Xian was hiding in Ming Garden. Given his identity, it was not convenient for him to ask, so he closed his mouth and didn't say anything more. The two leading figures of the Jiangnan officials sat silently in the study, waiting for news from Ming Garden. They didn't have to wait for long before the news came. The advisor of the governor's manor moved closer to Xueqing's side and whispered for a while. Xueqing fell silent. He then gazed at Fan Xian and sighed. The cards the other party has played seem to have exceeded your expectations. I am going to start moving troops. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. Xueqing continued to smile bitterly and said, moving troops is for the safety of your subordinates, not to prevent you from massacring the garden. Xueqing knew he didn't need to explain it to him in detail. His face was still full of shock as he hurriedly left the study. Fan Xian stood and heard the whole story from the mouth of the Qinian unit member outside the door. The Overwatch Council's news should be faster than the governor's manners. After all, he was in the manor, so the message was sent slower. After Fan Xian heard of what happened in Ming Garden, he still couldn't help but be like Governor Xueqing. A shocked expression appeared on his face. His mouth opened slightly and he sighed, ruthless, even more ruthless than what I did. He was prepared to curse out to vent the absurd feeling in the depths of his heart. In the end, he endured it. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. His expression gradually became calm. He then gave out an order. Have Deng Ziyu pull everyone back. Don't retaliate when hit. Don't retaliate when scolded. The official of the Qinian unit accepted the order and left. Fan Xian followed him out of the door of the governor's yamen. He saw that the inside of the yamen was a mess. Most of the officials who didn't know the inside story looked at each other. They didn't know why the governor had chosen this time to inspect the governance of the city and why he had called all of the military officials in the city into the manor to discuss matters. Fan Xian had the right to participate in the discussion, but he knew that it was not suitable for him to stay in the governor's manor. The storm that was about to arrive would have to be dealt with by Sir Xueqing, while he should go and do other things. Climbing into the carriage, Fan Xian rubbed the space between his brows and suddenly said something to Tiger Guard Gouda that had no head or tail. Actually, a lot of the time, how a matter goes is completely dependent on the order of the people who die. Gouda paused. He didn't understand what the commissioner was talking about. Fan Xian scratched his head and said, clearly, I want him to die. If he kills himself before I let him die, then we will actually have problems. Who died? Gouda furrowed his brows and asked. The great-grandmother in the eyes of the Jiangnan people, the old matriarch of the Ming family who has saved countless poor people, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. Because she couldn't stand the humiliation of the Overwatch Council entering the garden and Sir Fan Jr.'s many days of oppression, she angrily hanged herself this morning. The old Ming matriarch killed herself. Gouda sank into shock. Although he was from Jingdo, he knew what kind of prestige and position this old ancestor of the Ming family had in the entirety of Jiangnan. Using death to demonstrate her will, Fan Xian laughingly scolded. Ming Qingda is truly ruthless, even more ruthless than his mother. In reality, the old Ming matriarch did not want to die. Of course, this was nonsense. No one in this world wanted to die. Even though the old Ming matriarch was already old and her breath of life had flowed out for many years, she had enough of enjoying her life in Jiangnan, but she still did not want to die. The Ming family's reputation in Jiangnan was very good. They had done countless good deeds such as opening shops, giving out porridge, and sponsoring students. In people's hearts, this old Ming matriarch was like a benevolent old immortal in the clouds. Her entire body was wrapped in a sweet and glowing clothing. It was to the extent that among the Jiangnan people and even in some remote places, there were people who had begun to erect shrines for this old Ming matriarch. It was clear that the old Ming matriarch did not connect the shrines to her lifespan. She also did not think that since the shrines had been erected, how many more days could she, or should she live? Recently, all of her attention had been focused on dealing with the Overwatch Council's all-pervasive coercion. She had long drawn up a corresponding plan. On this beautiful morning, hearing that the Overwatch Council's secret agents had entered the garden to search, the old woman's face was filled with anger. She cursed, after Ming Garden was built, how could there be a government search? Even if the governor enters the manor, he has to maintain etiquette. These bastards of the Overwatch Council. The little courtyard she lived in was far away in the deepest part of Ming Garden. She could not hear the clamor of the Overwatch Council searching in front of her. However, this feeling of humiliation still made her angry. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "You plan to let our family be bullied like this?" Standing beside her was the current master of the Ming family in name, the eldest son of the eldest branch, Ming Qingda. His face was slightly ashen. He knew what his mother meant and replied in a small voice, "He has already gone." However, after all, fourth is still a brother. The old Ming matriarch glanced at her son coldly and with disgust. She thought, if you are not ruthless, how can you accomplish great things? How can you allow your family to struggle at death's door under the Overwatch Council's powerful attacks and endure until the day the capital turns the tables? You have to be ruthless. The old Ming matriarch lectured. Ming Qingda glanced at his mother's wrinkled face. A filial smile appeared on his face and he made a sound of acknowledgement. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 397. The Overwatch Council broke into the garden like this today for Sir Zhou. Ming Qingda glanced at his elderly mother and said evenly, "Do you want to?" The old Ming matriarch glanced at him coldly and knew what he meant. Housekeeper Zhou was the head housekeeper of the Ming family and the accountant of the Juanshan conference. This person was too important. If the Overwatch Council found him, many of the inside stories of the Juanshan conference would be grasped by Fan Xian and, indirectly, by the emperor. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of Ming Garden's self-protection or for the safety of the Juanshan conference, housekeeper Zhou would undoubtedly die. The problem was, the old Ming matriarch sighed gently and said, "It's not like you don't know that this Sir Zhou was sent to our home by the eldest princess. To kill or not to kill, we cannot make a decision. The search is about to reach the back," Ming Qingda said expressionlessly, but a glimmer of cold laughter flashed through his heart. Juanshan Conference. How could an organization of that level be something a wealthy merchant family like the Ming family should be involved in? As expected, they were now riding a tiger and couldn't escape even if they wanted to. He always had a deep prejudice against the old Ming matriarch and the eldest princess for tying them so tightly. As for the Juanshan conference, he avoided it even more. The old Ming matriarch slowly closed her eyes and said, "Don't worry. Sir Zhou's safety should be no problem." The old woman suddenly furrowed her brows and said hesitantly, "There is one thing I still don't understand. Why is the imperial envoy so sure that Sir Zhou is still hiding in Ming Garden? If he can't find him, how will he explain it to the people under heaven?" Ming Qingda's heart thumped, but a similar expression of confusion floated to his face. The old Ming matriarch thought for a bit and felt a bit tired. She shook her head weakly. Her white hair made her appear old. "I'm tired," the old woman said with disgust. "Don't let those Overwatch Council dogs disturb my rest." "Don't worry, mother. Ming Qingde walked to her side and placed his hands on her shoulders as if preparing to help her up. Evenly, he said, "In the future, no one will disturb your rest." The old Ming matriarch turned her head in shock and saw the flash of guilt, fear, and ferocity in her son's eyes. Then her mouth was covered, and a leather rope was tied tightly around her throat. The old Ming matriarch wanted to cry out, but she couldn't. Her hands were held tightly by her own son. She could only kick her feet forcefully. That pair of small feet bounced randomly and made popping noises. The old woman's eyes flashed with endless fear and resentment as she stared at the principal maid not far away from her. She did not know how many trusted aides she had in the mansion, but at this moment, none of them were by her side. She did not know where they had died. The servant girl glanced at the old Ming matriarch and slowly turned around. The leather rope around her throat became tighter and tighter. The old Ming matriarch could not breathe. There was a burning pain in her chest, and her eyes began to blur. She knew that everyone had betrayed her. Compared to the betrayal, the strong and thick sense of regret and hatred was even harder to suppress. It flowed out with her tears and saliva from the corners of her mouth. "You have to be more ruthless. Of course, sacrifices are needed to achieve great things." All the words rang out again in that instant, accompanied by the ringing in her ears before death, striking the old woman's heart. Her eyes bulged out and stared fixedly at her own son in front of her. Ming Qingde lowered his head and grabbed her hands without making a sound. Perhaps after a long time, or perhaps it was only a short moment, the chest of the old woman sitting in the grand chair, the old Ming matriarch who had secretly influenced and controlled Jiangnan for a dozen years, made a muffled sound. Her body abruptly went limp. Her legs drooped weakly under the chair and no longer moved. When one was old, one should rest. The Overwatch Council's search of Ming Garden did not proceed smoothly. Although no one dared to stop him, Deng Ziyu could already feel the anger in the eyes of the people in Ming Garden growing stronger and stronger. Furthermore, the guards and thugs watching him in the dark could pull out their weapons and charge at him at any moment. Searching the house did not have any gentle methods. Along the way, they overturned chests and cabinets, shouted harshly, and entered people's boudoirs. This appearance indeed had the aura of a vicious wolf. At the same time, it aroused the hostility of everyone in Ming Garden. However, Deng Ziyu was not worried. Commissioner Fan had him enter the garden, so he must have been confident. As expected, although the people in Ming Garden looked at him with loathing and hatred, no one dared to stop him. However, Ming Garden was too big. After searching for a long time, he had only searched half the area. He could not find any trace of housekeeper Zhou's whereabouts. "I want to search the back garden," Deng Ziyu said to the young master of the Ming family, Ming Launcher, who had been by his side the entire time. "No." Ming Launcher stared fixedly into his eyes and scolded, "What exactly do you want to do? Do you really think the Ming family is so easy to humiliate?" There were women and relatives living in the back garden. How could it be easy to search? Ming Launcher used this as a pretext and angrily scolded the Overwatch Council officials. However, Deng Ziyu's face was heavy. He refused to back down even a step. In his hand, he held the official document personally written by Fan Xian. On it was the seal of the imperial envoy. There was sufficient reason to search. Of course, he could not do it in the name of the Overwatch Council. He could only do it in the name of the Jiangnan Road Imperial Envoy. It had to be known that the Overwatch Council could not interfere with local government affairs and, particularly, could not arbitrarily judge civil matters. Today, they were playing a trick of selling dog meat under the sheep's head. It could be said that Fan Xian had borrowed soldiers. The two sides faced off at the door leading into the back garden. The servants and guards in Ming Garden had endured for a long time. At this time, they finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Profanities came out one after another and cursed endlessly. Under their agitated emotions, the thugs and private soldiers that should have been hidden to the side also appeared and surrounded the nearly 40 Overwatch Council officials in the center. Deng Ziyu's face darkened and he coldly said, "Young Master Ming, are you going to continue searching, or are you going to defy the edict?" The imperial envoy's journey represented the emperor's edict. Who dared to defy it? Ming Launcher's face alternated between green and white. He gritted his teeth tightly and pretended to be humiliated and embarrassed. A moment later, he roared angrily, "Go search. The heavens have eyes. I don't believe that the Overwatch Council will not get retribution for bullying people with power." Deng Ziyu did not care about all this. His hand grasping the hilt of the pidao, he strode toward the back garden. Unexpectedly, he had not gone more than 10 steps when a person charged out. Although the person was wearing the clothes of a serving girl, looking at the quality of her clothing and attire, she was also an important figure in Ming Garden. The serving girl's face was deathly pale, and her eyes were lifeless. It was as if she had seen a ghost. She crazily charged toward the crowd. As she charged, she yelled indistinctly, "Dead! Dead! Dead! Dead!" Deng Ziyu's heart jumped. He felt some kind of inauspicious omen. He furrowed his brows and stopped the serving girl. In a stern voice, he asked, "What happened?" The serving girl's face exuded the temperament of a noble family she usually cultivated. However, at this moment, she seemed to be in too much of a shock. It was completely miserable. She trembled for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. She could only tremble endlessly in front of Deng Ziyu. If Deng Ziyu had not held onto her arm, she would probably have collapsed to the ground long ago. The people from the Overwatch Council searching the garden did not recognize this serving girl, but the people of the Ming family knew her identity. They knew that she was the old Ming matriarch's personal serving girl and one of her trusted aides. At this moment, the people of the 6th branch were all gathered here. Seeing her like this, they couldn't help but jump in fright. They wondered what had happened. Ming Launcher anxiously snatched the serving girl from Deng Ziyu's hands and grabbed her by the collar. "What is it? Who died?" Deng Ziyu watched from the side with cold eyes. A strange light flashed through his eyes. The serving girl was shaken by the young master and finally came to her senses. She opened her mouth but didn't have time to say anything. First, she wretchedly cried, "Wah, oh, young master, the old matriarch, what happened to the old matriarch? The old matriarch, she's gone." The serving girl struggled to finish this sentence. Her head tilted and she fainted in Ming Launcher's arms. It was like Ming Launcher had been struck by lightning. He stood dumbstruck where he was. For a moment, he couldn't believe his ears. The surrounding disciples of the 6th branch of the Ming family looked at each other with wide eyes and gaping mouths. They were frozen like countless frogs. It was as if they didn't know how to use a shocked expression to express the feelings in their hearts. The old matriarch had gone. The old matriarch had gone. In the deathly silent garden, after an indeterminable amount of time, the first cry suddenly exploded out. Immediately after, the cries rose up like a grand chorus. The cries, wretched cries, and painful curses rose and fell. Many people fell to the ground in shock, unable to stand up no matter how hard they tried. The entire Ming garden was completely enveloped in shock, grief, and anger. Other than the 4th Ming master in the Suzhou government prison and the old Ming master at the old matriarch's side, there were also the masters of the 4th branch present. These 4 men cried and howled. They pushed aside Ming Launcher's dazed body, lifted the robes in front of them, and charged toward the back garden. At this time, no one cared about the rule that one could not enter the back garden without permission. Without anyone needing to shout, the hundreds of people who had appeared in Ming Garden rushed to the back garden with tears in their eyes as they followed the sound of crying like a cloud. The Overwatch Council officials in the center looked at each other and became the most awkward group of people. Deng Ziyu's pupils constricted slightly. He felt danger. He had come under orders to search the garden, but he had not thought that it would turn into such a situation. Although it was not clear how the old Ming matriarch had died, Deng Ziyu knew that her death was too clever and coincidental. It was so clever that the Overwatch Council had no choice but to take responsibility. In that instant earlier, he had seen Ming Launcher's expression out of the corner of his eye. It made a question grow in the depths of his heart. The news of the old Ming matriarch's death shocked everyone in Ming Garden. The guards all charged out and rushed to the side of the Overwatch Council people and surrounded them. They held weapons and crossbows in their hands, and a hateful gaze flashed through their eyes. Deng Ziyu furrowed his brows slightly. He knew that if one of the measures was not taken properly, it would result in a fight between the two sides. However, the commissioner had told him very clearly that the matter should not continue like this. He made a prompt decision and ordered his subordinates, the Overwatch Council officials, to also enter the back garden. In any case, Ming Garden was in chaos. No one had time to worry about them. Furthermore, the Ming Garden private soldiers holding weapons and watching him could not immediately act, or the old Ming matriarch was about to die. After walking into the back garden for a long time, Deng Ziyu followed the sound of crying. Outside a quiet and secluded courtyard, he looked at the kneeling people on the ground and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Sweeping his gaze, he saw that in the large central room, under the thick beam, there was a person tied under a long white cloth. It was an old woman. The old woman's hands hung by her side with the tips of her feet pointing to the ground. Following the gentle spring wind, she floated in midair. This scene was as strange as it could be. In particular, the pair of eyes that refused to close were protruding outwards. Her pupils were filled with the blood that had been forced out when she was dying. They were filled with hatred and unwillingness as they looked outside. Coincidentally, they were looking at the Overwatch Council officials outside the courtyard. Deng Ziyu was shocked by the gaze of these two dead people. He hurriedly turned his neck and gave an order for his subordinates to be on guard and prepare to break out at any moment. Crying filled the courtyard. The people on the ground knelt and cried blood as they kowtowed endlessly. The old Ming matriarch was completely dead. Ming Garden would certainly hold this debt on the Overwatch Council. At such an impassioned time, no one knew what would happen. However, the way out in the back had long been blocked by Ming Garden's private soldiers. Filled with hatred, it would be extremely difficult to kill their way out. Not long after, Ming Qingda, whose forehead was already bleeding from kowtowing, and the brothers of the fourth branch untied the old matriarch's body from the beam. The current master of the Ming family forcefully suppressed his sorrow and made arrangements for the funeral. Only then did he lead the four brothers out of the courtyard. No one dared to speak, but everyone stared at the Overwatch Council people outside the courtyard with that kind of gaze. In Deng Ziyu's life, he had never found so many people who wanted to eat his flesh. The gazes of the Ming family already displayed this kind of hatred. He knew that this was not the time to retreat. Once he retreated and the news got out, it would bring great danger to the Overwatch Council. Once the old Ming matriarch died, the Overwatch Council people would retreat in fear. If this wasn't a guilty conscience, what was it? Thus, he made his face heavy and narrowed his eyes. The old Ming matriarch colluded with Dong Yi and committed suicide to escape punishment. The funeral will be delayed for now. After the cause of death is investigated, we will deal with it. From the Overwatch Council's point of view, he had to appear particularly unyielding at this time. For the Ming family, the old ancestor had just died and was about to be framed by the Overwatch Council with the crime of committing suicide to escape punishment. No one could endure this. The sixth master of the Ming family liked wrestling the most. He was born big and rough, and his personality was also rough. Additionally, he was the youngest son of the Ming family and had always been the favorite of the old matriarch. His feelings for the old matriarch were also the deepest. Today, his mother had suddenly passed away and he was feeling sad and indignant. When he heard Deng Ziyu's words, he turned around and grabbed a chair and threw it at him. Deng Ziyu raised his padao and blocked the chair with a clatter. The sixth master's eyes were red, and the muscles on his face twisted. With a sharp howl, he said, "Someone, beat this group of heartless dogs to death." The guards and servants of the Ming family had been waiting for these words. During this half a year, they had been oppressed by the Overwatch Council until they could barely breathe. No matter how much they tried, they could not protect themselves. Today, even the old matriarch had been forced to death. Looking at the Overwatch Council officials present, it was like looking at evil dogs that had broken into their own home. They were afraid that they would not be ruthless. Everyone let out a cry, picked up their weapons, and charged forward, giving a flurry of attacks. From the moment he learned of the old matriarch's death, Deng Ziyu knew that the matter was about to get out of hand. He had his subordinates prepare for battle. Although the battle was sudden, they were not caught unprepared. The people around them formed a small defensive circle and pulled out the padao at their waists to fight. For a moment, only the sound of wind could be heard, only the light of knives and the shadow of swords could be seen, and occasionally, a wretched cry accompanied by the terrified screams of the Ming family women. Ming Garden was very lively today. There were many people in Ming Garden, and there were indeed a few ace instructors among the private soldiers. As soon as they met face to face, many people in the Overwatch Council were injured. Fresh blood sprayed out like it was free. Although the Fourth Bureau was not the most powerful yamen of the Overwatch Council, they were, after all, people who had received professional training. Although there were people injured, there were immediately people from the inner circle who took over. With great difficulty, they maintained the defensive circle and successfully repelled the first wave of the Ming family's private soldiers' attack. But, how long could they last? The sixth master was about to go crazy and yelled with all his might. A light slap rang out. The sixth master's face was slapped. He turned his head in shock and saw his older brother's face, which was still sorrowful but mostly angry. Ming Qingdao lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. "You want the entire clan to accompany you in death?" Without waiting for the stunned sixth master to reply, Ming Qingdao's face darkened and he yelled, "All of you, stop." His voice was not very loud, so many people did not hear. An excited flush appeared on Ming Qingdao's pale face. He raised his voice and yelled, "Do you want to rebel?" After all, he was the nominal master of the Ming family. Particularly after the old Ming matriarch's death, the word nominal could be removed. Thus, with Ming Qingdao's order, all of the Ming Garden thugs stopped and retreated. The crowd opened up a path. Ming Qingdao walked coldly along this path until he was in front of the people of the Overwatch Council. The master of the Ming family looked coldly at Deng Ziyu like he was looking at a vicious dog waiting to die. Deng Ziyu did not show any weakness. He smiled coldly and said, "Master Ming, you asked a good question. Are you really preparing to rebel?" Ming Qingdao's gaze carried a glimmer of desolation and disdain, but he still did not say anything. How could the Ming family respond at this time? Kill the 40 Overwatch Council officials in front of them. Then, without waiting for an edict from Jingdo, Sir Fan Jr., sitting in Suzhou, as well as Governor Shui, could mobilize troops at any time to destroy Ming Garden. But, they had forced his mother to death. All of this doubt and painful psychological struggle appeared on Ming Qingda's face and fell into the eyes of the Ming family and Overwatch Council officials. Big brother. The sixth master cried as he rushed to Ming Qingda's side. Mother has been forced to death. We can't let these lackeys leave alive. After the people in Ming Garden gradually calmed down, they seemed to be able to understand the sadness and struggle in the old master's heart. The sixth master was no exception. However, the love between mother and son was deep. How could he endure this? The humiliation and pain you have inflicted on the Ming family. Ming Qingda's lips trembled slightly. His face was pale. He stared into Deng Ziyu's eyes and said, "The Ming family will return it tenfold. As for today, if you kneel and kowtow to the old matriarch to ask for forgiveness, I will let you leave the garden." The sixth master didn't quite believe his ears and anxiously said, "Big brother, we can't just let it go like this." On the contrary, it was Deng Ziyu opposite him who narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He then said, "Master Ming, you should know that the Overwatch Council kneels to the heavens, to the earth, and to the ruler. We will not kneel to anyone else." Ming Qingda's brows furrowed. It seemed that his spirit had been greatly damaged by the repeated attacks today. He could not stand steadily. With great difficulty, he held on to the sixth master's shoulder, but he also stopped the sixth master's impulsiveness. In a raspy voice, he said, "Then, let us all perish together." As he spoke, Deng Ziyu felt that Ming Qingda's gaze on him seemed to be trying to express some hidden meaning, but he could not figure it out. Ming Qingda sighed in his heart. He had not expected that the Overwatch Council would be so unyielding. In the face of such a dangerous situation, they were not even willing to make some superficial concessions. The confrontation continued. The situation could explode at any moment. There were always two clever people among the six masters of the Ming family. Seeing that the situation was not right and hearing their big brother's words of perishing together, they felt a glimmer of fear. As merchants, how could they have the right to perish together with the court? Throwing an egg at a rock, putting on such an appearance would not cause the rock to lose anything. Furthermore, he was not the old Ming matriarch's own flesh and blood. Why should he pay with his life? Thus, the second and third Ming masters surrounded him with impassioned and sorrowful expressions on their faces. They leaned close to Ming Qingda's ear and spoke quietly. They advised the old master to prioritize the lives of tens of thousands of people in the family and to temporarily endure. When it came time to avenge the old matriarch, they had to plan slowly. Ming Qingda had personally killed the old matriarch, so he already had a guilty conscience. The paleness on his face was not purposely faked. In such a situation, he had to act as if he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Overwatch Council and could not coexist. At this moment, with the second and third Ming masters coming out to persuade him, his heart felt slightly more at ease. He put on an expression of struggle and pain. After an indeterminable amount of time, they suddenly heard a clamor outside the garden. Immediately following it was the sound of horse hooves. Countless people and horses had charged in. Ming Qingda's heart trembled. He thought to himself that the Overwatch Council's Black Knights were clearly still in Jiangbei. It was impossible for them to have charged into the garden at this moment. Who were the newcomers? Thousands of soldiers galloped in on horseback. Long spears stood in great numbers. The military might was impressive. Immediately, they separated the Ming Garden's private soldiers from the Overwatch Council officials. For a moment, dust gradually rose, and the atmosphere was imposing. The people who came were the provincial soldiers the Jiangnan governor had sent over. Using an urgent order, they rushed quickly and finally arrived before the disaster happened. They stood between the two groups of people with swords drawn and bows drawn. The leader was a general. He already knew what had happened. With a serious expression, he said something to Ming Qingda. He had wanted to go in and pay his respects to the old Ming matriarch, but he knew that Ming Garden had not been set up yet. Furthermore, the old Ming matriarch had died too. Well, he could only give up. Following the provincial soldiers into the garden was a member of the Qinian unit of the Overwatch Council. He moved closer to Deng Ziyu's side and told him the two sentences the commissioner had said. Deng Ziyu was startled for no reason. He thought that it would not be a problem to retreat. With thousands of provincial soldiers here, even if the Ming family wanted to act, they would not have the ability. The problem was, wouldn't this confirm the matter of the Overwatch Council hounding the old Ming matriarch to death? He didn't quite understand what Fan Xian was thinking. The best response right now was clearly to bring in the Black Knights and use this as an excuse to destroy the Ming family. However, the arrival of the provincial soldiers protected the lives of the Overwatch Council officials and prevented the possibility of the Black Knights massacring the garden. As for the cause of the old Ming matriarch's death that Deng Ziyu had long suspected, only the Suzhou government had the right to investigate. The Overwatch Council did not have this right. Furthermore, the government officials in Jiangnan were all people of the Ming family, so it was impossible for them to find any problems. Thus, he became more and more confused. How exactly did the commissioner arrange this? Were they still going to capture housekeeper Zhou? Were they going to allow this matter to continue developing like this? In the depths of spring, Suzhou was wrapped in silver. It was not snow, but it was colder than snow. Almost all of the Suzhou people wore mourning clothes. The snow-white strips of cloth were like icy imperial edicts, narrating the old Ming matriarch's benevolence and achievements toward the Jiangnan people. The news of the old Ming matriarch's death spread throughout Jiangnan in almost a night. The specific circumstances of her death were passed around from different people's mouths and became more and more bizarre. Regardless of which version of the news, the spearhead was pointed at the Overwatch Council. The anger of the people began to accumulate, but they could not find an outlet to vent it at the moment. The Overwatch Council Yamen had always been secretive, so there was temporarily no heroic scene of tens of thousands of people closing their doors to demand justice. As for the Hua Garden where the imperial envoy was, there was a heavy guard. The people did not have the courage to demonstrate for now. Thus, everyone could only wear mourning clothes and use the grief and anger on their faces and the bitter curses of the marketplace to express their silent protest. This was directed at the Overwatch Council and also at Sir Fan Jr. The old Ming matriarch's mourning hall had not yet opened, so the officials and nobles who had come from various places to offer their condolences were temporarily staying in Suzhou. All of Suzhou was enveloped in a cold atmosphere, completely different from the spring scenery around it. However, Fan Xian did not care about this. His skin was thick enough, his heart was black enough, and his spirit was strong enough to watch the scene of the city in mourning as if it were a movie from his previous life. As for the curses directed at him in the open and in the dark, he could completely ignore them. He sat on the top floor of the Suzhou branch of Xinfeng restaurant and was only worried about Haitang. That day, Haitang had gone to capture Mr. Zhou of the Juanshang conference for him and still hadn't returned. He didn't know if she was in any danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help smiling self-mockingly. The only people in this world who could harm Duo were those great grandmasters. He picked up his bowl and slurped down a few mouthfuls of noodles. He sighed with satisfaction and then said, "Master Ming, I've been tricked badly by you this time." Ming Qingda knelt by his side and repeatedly kowtowed. In a fawning voice, he said, "Sir's thoughts are as agile as the long river, and your aura is as lofty as a mountain. How could you care about these little winds around you?" To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 398. Torrential river water. The yellow river flooding. Rise. Now you are the true master of the Ming family. You don't have to be so careful in front of me. Fan Xian used an amused gaze to examine Ming Qingda. He then picked up the bowl of noodles and slurped it down. Ming Qingda had secretly come to Xinfeng restaurant and avoided everyone's eyes and ears. He was incomparably careful and nervous. After all, at this moment, an atmosphere of grief and indignation was accumulating in Suzhou. The tens of thousands of people in the Ming family were all looking at him, the master of the family. If people knew that he had secretly come to see the imperial envoy, he would probably not be able to continue being the clan leader. The problem was, after seeing him today, Imperial Envoy Fan Xian still refused to give a clear answer. This made Ming Qingda feel a glimmer of strangeness in his heart. Fan Xian put down the bowl and thought for a bit. Let's not talk about anything else for now. I only want to ask you, the Mr. Zhou you promised me, where is he now? Ming Qingda felt the coldness and coercion in the imperial envoy's words and unconsciously lowered his head to defend himself. That person. I was unable to control him and let him out of the garden. This was my mistake. Please punish me. Punish. Fan Xian laughed self-mockingly. Now that you've done this, how can I punish you? Ming Qingda sighed and said, even now, do you still not believe in my sincerity? Fan Xian shook his head and said, last time in the palace treasury courtyard, I had already said it. Hold the bowl like a dragon spitting out pearls, use chopsticks like a phoenix nodding its head, eat until you're 80% full, and if you can't finish, take it away. Being a person and doing things is the same as eating. Your posture has to be beautiful, and you have to know your limits. He stared into Ming Qingda's eyes. In our agreement, you sold people to me and acted as a mediator, but it did not involve the contents behind. You did not report this matter to me and did it yourself. The present situation puts me in a difficult position. Ming Qingda was silent for a moment and then quietly said, now that things have come to this, in order to prevent the Ming family from turning into smoke and clouds in my hands, some people blocking the front must rest. I trust that you can understand. Understanding is one thing, but doing this without my permission is another. Don't think that by borrowing my subordinates to enter the garden and taking advantage of the situation, you can completely cover up this matter. You have to know that I have paid a great price in this matter. Presently, the entire Jiangnan is watching me. Think about how you will cover up this matter. Ming Qingda was speechless. A moment later, he said, this is Qingda's fault. I will think of a way. Fan Xian nodded. In truth, he didn't really trust this ruthless old fox in front of him. Ming Qingda saw the imperial envoy's expression relax slightly. Only then did he gather his courage and say, Sir, there were people in Ming Garden surrounding and attacking Overwatch Council officials. This matter should be investigated. Fan Xian listened to these words and couldn't resist smiling. Not only was this old Ming master ruthless, his skin was also as thick as his own. He sighed and said, if these words were heard by outsiders, I don't know how scared they would be. The master of the Ming family is actually urging the Overwatch Council to investigate Ming Garden. Ming Qingda smiled slightly and said, if I don't do this, how can I make you believe in my heart? Relax. Fan Xian calmed down. My identity and position are different from yours. You have no way of handing Sir Zhou to me, but I will still do what I promised you. I will handle 6th Ming, so don't worry too much. However, he stared into Ming Qingda's eyes and said forcefully, it's still the same words as before. You tricked me this time. Now, everyone in Jiangnan wants to eat my flesh. You have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ming Qingda bowed sincerely and accepted the order. He then carefully asked, what about 4th? Fan Xian was silent and did not reply to his question. Ming Qingda sighed in his heart. He knew that the imperial envoy had to leave a few more weaknesses in his hands before he could be at ease in letting him sit in the position of the master of the Ming family. As for the matter of the fourth master's prison break, the Overwatch Council had witnesses and could throw them out at any time to beat him to death. Fan Xian glanced at him with a not quite there smile. He thought, how could a chess piece like the fourth Ming master be taken out now? If he didn't pursue the matter of the prison break, then the fourth Ming master would be useless. If he did, then the fourth Ming master would just die. Wouldn't it be a pity to die like this? Right now, your family's emotions are still agitated. Don't worry about the matter of cleaning out the old matriarch's trusted aides, Fan Xian warned. He suddenly smiled and said, "You're better at this kind of thing than I am. My words are a bit unnecessary." Ming Qingda quickly and respectfully said, "It is all thanks to the imperial envoy's guidance along the way." "Don't say that." The corner of Fan Xian's mouth twitched and he stopped him. "The last powerful move was not something I could think of." "Also," Fan Xian said quietly. Fan Xian said in a quiet voice, "After the matter has calmed down, you can make arrangements for Xia Qifei to return to his ancestral home." Ming Qingda abruptly raised his head and looked at Fan Xian with a pair of calm eyes that carried complicated emotions. A moment later, he faintly said, "Sir, you still don't trust me." "Say less of these pompous words," Fan Xian said. "You know, and I also know. You don't trust me. Naturally, I also don't trust you. Xia Qifei is the one I truly trust. As long as he doesn't enter the Ming garden to discuss matters, our agreement cannot be considered complete." The wrinkles on Ming Qingda's forehead appeared to deepen. He took a deep breath and said, "Qingcheng and I had disagreements when he was young. I'm afraid he hates me to the bone. Fine, according to the imperial envoy's orders, I am willing to back down. However, the old matriarch has just passed away. This is a time when emotions are running high. Everyone knows that Qingcheng is your trusted aide. For him to return to his ancestral home, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the backlash from the tens of thousands of people in the clan." Fan Xian shook his head and straightforwardly said, "What time is this? Everyone in Jiangnan hates me. Do you think I care about the backlash from the tens of thousands of people in your clan? This situation was created by you. Naturally, you will have to settle the backlash from the people in the clan. I only want the result. As for the process, that is something you should worry about." Ming Qingda's expression darkened slightly. He said, "This matter is truly difficult." "There is nothing difficult about it." Fan Xian looked at him mockingly. "I have always admired your methods. Since the old matriarch has already been buried, the Overwatch Council has no right to investigate anything. However, I have always sent people to keep an eye on the grave. Making things difficult for you is better than making things difficult for me. If I am truly troubled to an unbearable point, then you should be troubled for the rest of your life." The Overwatch Council already had enough information on Ming Qingda. If Ming Qingda had other thoughts, before Fan Xian's days were good, Ming Qingda would certainly be the first to be cut into pieces. Since things had progressed to this point, Ming Qingda knew that although his shrewd and ruthless plan had allowed him to sit in the position of the true master of the Ming family, he had also sat on a volcano. In particular, the last move he had hidden from the imperial envoy. Although it made it so that the Overwatch Council could no longer pressure the Ming family, it had truly angered Fan Xian. Fan Xian tore off all pretenses and began to make naked threats. Faced with this kind of naked threat, Ming Qingda knew he could only accept it completely. He had done so many treasonous things. He had not expected that in the end, it would all benefit the other party. He raised his head angrily and looked at the imperial envoy. "Sir, good plan." Fan Xian was not angry at all. He chuckled and said, "The old Ming master likes to scheme against others. Now, he thinks he has been schemed against by me. Naturally, he feels uncomfortable. However, don't think too highly of me. In this area, I truly do not have much talent." His voice became cold. One can be strong without desires. The old Ming master has asked for too many things, so naturally, he will give me too many opportunities. As for scheming, I have always thought that such things as schemes are never as terrifying as direct power. After scheming, I have instead ruined your life, old Ming master. In the future, it is best to be more honest and do things more sincerely. Ming Qingda fell silent. "You can go back first. There are still many things I need you to deal with, such as the resentment the people in the clan have toward me that I need you to appease," Fan Xian said with a smile. "If there are any arrangements in the future, I will send someone to let you know." He thought for a bit and finally warned, "I know you are very afraid of the Juanshang conference, however, for now, don't tear off all pretenses with them. I need the Ming family to still have a position in the Juanshang conference." Ming Qingda knew there was no other way, he could only agree like this for now. He stood up and walked down the stairs. However, his back was slightly hunched, revealing his old age. After Ming Qingda left, the head of the Qinian unit of the Overwatch Council, Deng Ziyu, flashed out from behind the curtain. The shock on his face could not be hidden no matter how hard he tried. Only now did he know that the commissioner and the master of the Ming family had made so many secret agreements in private. Following Fan Xian's orders, he sat down. Deng Ziyu opened his mouth wide and stared blankly for a while before he organized his words. "Unexpected, truly unexpected." Fan Xian couldn't resist shaking his head. "What unexpected?" "Ming Qingda is a clever man. He knows this is the court's intention. He does not hope to be able to oppose the court. He only hopes to use a relatively peaceful method to protect the livelihood of the tens of thousands of people in the Ming family, and on this point, he and his mother have an unbridgeable gap. Under these circumstances, if he doesn't come to find me, who can he find? Of course, I still underestimated him." Fan Xian sighed. "I didn't think he would play such a game in the end. Thus, the Jiangnan people are all watching us." Xue Qing is also greatly shocked. "Regardless of which way the court leans, it makes it impossible for us to continue pressuring the Ming family. On one hand, he colluded with the government to stabilize his position as the master of the Ming family. On the other hand, he secretly acted ruthlessly to stir up the emotions of the common people and protect the Ming family's temporary interests. This Ming Qingda indeed did not disappoint me. However, he didn't calculate one thing. He used me, and I used him. The problem is, I have much more confidence than he does, so in the end, he can only be used by me." "Everyone miscalculated one thing," Fan Xian explained seriously. "Including what I said to Xue Qing, it was all to scare him. You all think I can wipe out the Ming family at any time. In reality, this is impossible. That is why I need to use Ming Qingda." Deng Ziyu looked in shock at the thoughtful commissioner. Fan Xian closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again. Slowly, he said, "If the Ming family truly rebelled, what could I do? Would I really move the Black Knights into Suzhou to slaughter the garden? Yes, I could wipe out the sixth branch of the Ming family, make the blood flow like a river, and cover the fields with corpses, but what benefit does this bring me?" He smiled and shook his head. After a period of cleansing, relying on the power of the court, and adding the accusation of rebellion to Ming Garden, within half a year, the entire Jiangnan would be as silent as cicadas in winter. No one would dare to say anything. The court would smoothly take over the Ming family's enormous property. Everything would go according to the emperor's plan. His face became cold. "But what benefit does this bring me?" Deng Ziyu was silent. The commissioner had repeated, "What benefit does it bring me?" twice and had unconsciously pitted himself against the emperor's plan. This made his heart feel cold, but he didn't dare say anything. He understood that if they truly slaughtered Ming Garden and created such a terrifying storm, although the emperor would certainly admit to framing the Ming family for rebellion, in order to appease the Jiangnan people, the Overwatch Council would certainly be severely punished, and the commissioner would not have a good time. To work for the court and take the Ming family into the national treasury, yet he had to give up his own benefits. Fan Xian would not do such a stupid thing. This is why, at the beginning, I had to find Xia Qifei, then the fourth Ming disciple, and finally Ming Qingda, Fan Xian explained in an even voice. The situation in Jiangnan appears chaotic, but it is actually very clear. Xue Qing is the emperor's trusted aide, watching from the side. I could only muddy the waters a bit more. Taking in the Ming family can only be done peacefully. Fan Xian slightly lowered his eyelids. If I do too much, the emperor could throw me out at any moment. You should understand this. Deng Ziyu felt a chill in his heart. He didn't understand why the commissioner kept referring to himself as His Majesty in front of him. He didn't understand why the commissioner would tell him such taboo matters. Was he testing him? The old Ming matriarch has always been an important figure in the Juanshang conference, Fan Xian continued. As long as she was on the throne, it was impossible for the Ming family to be taken down peacefully by me. Although her death has brought me some trouble, overall, I am willing to accept this result. Fan Xian looked into Deng Ziyu's eyes and quietly said, "You've always been by my side. Of course, you know, it has not been easy for me." Deng Ziyu sighed in his heart and bowed without saying anything. Fan Xian walked to the railing on the top floor of Xinfeng restaurant. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the people in mourning on the street below and the incense shops working hard in the distance. He knew that all of Suzhou was busy for the old woman who had died. Countless nobles had already gathered here, waiting to go to the mourning hall to pay their respects. Deng Ziyu followed behind him and looked at the scene below. He sighed and said, "There are too many ways to deal with the Ming family. The current situation does not seem to be the best." Fan Xian calmly replied, "So, Ming Qingda's last move against me. I'll get it back in the future." In the present Jiangnan, the old Ming matriarch had mysteriously died and Ming Qingda had secretly thrown his lot in with Fan Xian. On the surface, the Ming family in Xinyang might still be able to guarantee something, but in secret, it was very different from previous years. Fan Xian held down the fort in Jiangnan. With both hands open, the palace treasury's smuggling business would be carried out with great fanfare. Without the Ming family holding him back, it would go much more smoothly. When all was said and done, the price Fan Xian paid was nothing more than the illusory word of reputation. In his view, forcing the old Ming matriarch to death had thrown the hearts of the people into chaos. The emperor would certainly find some reason to give an edict to reprimand him. He was very happy to bring shame to himself like this. In reality, there were a lot of inside information that affected Fan Xian's decision-making that he did not tell Deng Ziyu. For example, why he could not move the Black Knights and why he was afraid the emperor would throw him out. Fan Xian knew very well that in the present world, it was already an anomaly for such a young and powerful official like him to appear with such great power. Although the emperor still trusted him very much, who knew when the emperor would suddenly change his mind? Judging from the emperor's actions these years, he was a suspicious person. Thus, he had always watched him strictly to prevent him from getting involved with the military. Move the Black Knights into the province. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly. Even if he used his but to think, he knew how many people would be afraid once such a ruthless method was displayed. The recent disturbance in the Ministry of Revenue in the capital made Fan Xian even more clearly see that before the emperor made up his mind to eliminate the eldest princess power, he had already begun to be wary of the existence of the old Fan family. In Jingdou, the emperor did not use the matter of the Ministry of Revenue's deficit to successfully force his father to step down. Who knew if the Ming family matter would be blown up and he would take away his power? The word power appeared simple, but it was like a drug. Once consumed, it was difficult to get rid of. Although Fan Xian was clear-headed, he could not bear to reduce the power in his hands. For one, he was used to the benefits of power. For another, in order to protect himself and others, he needed the power in his hands. Taking a step back in order to advance, he would first let his reputation be damaged. Deng Ziyu followed beside him and lowered his voice. Recently, the situation has been tense. Based on the 8th Bureau's opinion, perhaps you can condescend to offer a few sticks of incense. Given Fan Xian's identity as the imperial envoy, if he went to offer sacrifices to the old Ming matriarch, it could clearly ease the present situation. However, Fan Xian only shook his head with a cold expression and said, "There's no need." Deng Ziyu was slightly startled. He didn't understand why. Fan Xian extended his hand and pointed at the grief-stricken commoners in the street. In a quiet voice, he said, "Actually, the hearts of the people are not scary. What is scary are those who stand above the people and can use the hearts of the people. As long as I can satisfy those people, what the people think will not affect the overall situation." To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 399. It began to rain again in Suzhou. It was said that the rain upstream of the Yangtze River was even heavier. The attention of the court officials was focused on the section of the river embankment above Shazhou that was riddled with holes. Even though Fan Xian was in Suzhou, his gaze could not stop from falling there. Yang Wanli had long gone to take up his post in the river transport governor's yamen. The palace treasury had transferred money, and the national treasury had also arrived. The money for the river transport had never been as plentiful as this year. However, the time to repair the river this year was too late. No one knew if it could withstand the summer floods. The rain fell heavily. The summer heat that had just arrived in Jiangnan was immediately drenched. All that was left was a cold sense of the end of spring. For the people of Jiangnan, this rain only increased the melancholy and grief in the depths of their hearts. Not many people thought of the homeless people upstream of the Yangtze River who had no houses to live in and no clothes to wear. The old Ming matriarch's funeral was about to begin. Fan Xian watched all of this coldly and had no reaction at all. After Deng Ziyu, his subordinates, including the governor's manor, the Overwatch Council, and the Palace Treasury Transport Company, all advised him that it would be best to light a stick of incense in the morning hall. The imperial envoy had expressed his stance. Given the Qing people's reverence for the court, they should not continue to make trouble. However, Fan Xian stubbornly refused this suggestion. In his opinion, it was just the funeral of an old man. What was the big deal? It was just the death of one person. If the matter upstream of the Yangtze River was not handled well, who knew how many people would die? All of the officials sighed in despair at the imperial envoy's stance. They wondered if the imperial envoy did not feel the undercurrent surging among the people. At the end of the month, the sound of mourning filled Ming Garden. White cloth hung high, and the mourning hall was spacious. It was the 7-day period for the coffin to stop. After the 7-day period, it was time to announce the funeral. According to the funeral rules of Qing Kingdom, after 7 days, the news of the funeral had to be spread to friends, family, and even enemies. Regardless of what enmity there was between the two parties in life, the rule of announcing the funeral could not be avoided. The original intention of this ceremony was to erase all enmity with death. Often, enemies in life would use the news of the funeral to personally go to the mourning hall to offer their condolences. It was the same as ending the wrongs in life. From then on, they would be separated by yin and yang and have nothing to do with each other. The high officials and nobles who had been waiting in Suzhou for the Ming Garden's funeral all received the white invitation from the Ming Garden. One by one, they tidied up their clothing and expressions and headed for the Ming Garden. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Hua Garden because, according to the rules and the old Ming matriarch's identity and position, the white card announcing the death should also be sent to Hua Garden and into the hands of the imperial envoy. As for what the imperial envoy planned to do, it all depended on how he dealt with this white invitation. No one expected that when Ming Garden delivered the white invitation to Hua Garden only politely welcomed the third Ming master in, drank a cup of tea, and then sent the third Ming master out. The white invitation was not accepted. The third Ming master immediately flew into a rage outside Hua Garden. He cursed angrily with obscenities and then spat viciously on the stone steps in front of Hua Garden. Immediately, a servant came out and used water to wash away the phlegm. Everything in the world couldn't be raised above the word reason, and in the hearts of ordinary people, the dead were the most important. This was the universal reason. The imperial envoy did not give the dead any face. It made all the people feel a glimmer of shock and anger. What surprised and angered everyone even more was that before the old Ming matriarch's mourning hall opened, the Overwatch Council acted again and captured the sixth master, who had led the resistance against the search in Ming Garden. They used the name of investigating Dongyi spies. Thus, not only the Suzhou government, but even the governor's manor could not say much. After the Overwatch Council secretly captured the sixth master, they immediately sent him to the custody of the Shazhou Navy and did not hand him over to the local authorities. No one knew if there was anyone taking the lead, but from the second day onwards, there was an endless stream of people gathering in front of Hua Garden. They cursed loudly and shouted incomprehensible slogans, such as severely punishing the true culprit and releasing the innocent. What was even more headache-inducing was that the Jiangnan students and scholars had also joined in. Young students were hot-blooded. Furthermore, Sir Fan Jr.'s recent actions made these students feel disillusioned with their idols. They were furious and clamored loudly and bitterly. Hua Garden was as calm as usual. However, the Jiangnan Road Governor's Yamen was afraid of a popular revolt and moved a group of soldiers to stand guard in front of Hua Garden, chasing the agitated and angry scholars to the end of Chang Street. That afternoon, under heavy guard, Governor Xue Qin passed through the agitated crowd with great difficulty and entered Hua Garden. In the study, he and Fan Xian argued for a long time. In the end, no one could convince the other. In the end, Xue Qin helplessly asked, "If we incite the people to surround the garden and not leave, where will the court's face go?" Fan Xian coldly said, "Surrounding the prince with evil intentions. If you still don't move your troops, I will." Xue Qin was startled. Only now did he remember that there was still a third prince living in Ming Garden. If he allowed the people of Suzhou to surround Hua Garden and the news got back to Jingdou, he wouldn't be able to be the governor anymore. The leading scholars would probably have to pay with their lives. As the Jiangnan governor, he did not dare to allow such a terrifying thing to happen within his jurisdiction. After thinking for a moment, he sincerely asked, "What should we do?" Given Governor Xue Qin's shrewdness and experience, taking care of a few hot-blooded scholars was a small problem. Most importantly, he understood that this was clearly an atmosphere Fan Xian had purposely created. Without knowing what Fan Xian's true intentions were, there was no need for him to forcefully interfere and sink himself into this mess. Fan Xian glanced at him and said, "They are all hot-blooded young people. I don't want to make things difficult for them, However, this continuous rain will make it cold at night. Their hot-blooded hearts will also go cold, so naturally, they will disperse. Xue Qing's brows furrowed slightly. And if they don't disperse? Fan Xian smiled coldly. Righteous indignation cannot be eaten. If they don't disperse at night, then it means that some of the people surrounding the garden are not acting out of righteous indignation but have other goals. The goal those people hiding in the dark wanted to achieve was simple. They didn't need to incite a civil revolt. They just needed to make the people's reactions bigger and have the matter travel back to Jingdou. The emperor would have to respond. Xue Qing thought for a moment and immediately understood Fan Xian's meaning. He said, "Should the governor's manor take action in this matter?" Fan Xian shook his head. "This is a matter of bad reputation. I'll take responsibility for it myself. Sir, just look after Hua Garden. After all, the third prince's safety is of the utmost importance." Xue Qing understood. He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of strangeness and shock in his heart. According to the common sense of officialdom, the matter of suppressing a civil revolt had to be done together by everyone above. However, Fan Xian's solitary and stubborn appearance did indeed reduce the pressure on him. After the discussion ended, Xue Qing took his leave. Fan Xian sat alone in the study in a daze. Shortly after, he couldn't resist smiling self-mockingly. Haitang had been gone for many days and still hadn't returned. If he couldn't capture Sir Zhou, then the Ming Garden coup would mean he had lost 1/3 of the benefits. As for the angry Suzhou people, Fan Xian didn't care at all. With Ming Qingdao leading, the matter would certainly not go beyond the critical line of intensification. The problem was, it was clear that behind this mass movement, there were many shadows of people hiding in the dark. Without anyone instigating, how could the cowardly citizens of the Qing court have the courage to come to the imperial envoy's manor and raise their voices? Concerning this matter, Fan Xian had already made ample preparations. Now that he had Xue Qing's reply, his heart was even more at peace. The matter was indeed as Fan Xian had expected. When the sky darkened, the crowd outside had gradually dispersed. There were only the students with square headscarves on their heads, their faces full of righteousness, and a few unknown citizens mixed together. With the governor's manor's military watching, these people could only stand at the end of Chang Street and chant, angrily accusing the imperial envoy of treating human life like grass and harming the Jiangnan people. No one knew who started it, but the crowd gradually became excited and pressed toward Hua Garden. For a moment, the governor's manor's soldiers did not dare to act ruthlessly and slowly retreated. As they got closer and closer to Hua Garden, the crowd stopped. There was a clamor of voices, and all kinds of ugly curses were thrown out. However, the students were not all idiots. They knew that cursing was one thing, but they were all cursing about the Overwatch Council and did not touch upon Fan Xian's 18 generations of ancestors. Everyone under heaven knew that Fan Xian's ancestors were the emperor's ancestors. Cursing the Overwatch Council that all scholars hated to the bone was fine, but cursing the emperor's 18 generations of ancestors? Everyone just wanted to vent the anger of the old Ming matriarch, who had died an unjust death. They didn't want to throw their lives into it. Hua Garden was still silent. One could faintly see the flickering lights inside, and the sound of stringed instruments came through the rain. The soldiers of the governor's manor were on standby. They lit torches in their hands and lit up the outside of Hua Garden. The rain was like a thread and had long soaked the bodies of the students still outside Hua Garden. They looked at each other and wiped the rain off their faces, not daring to believe their own ears. Suzhou was already like this, they were already like this, yet the imperial envoy still had the leisure to do this, like this. They were drenched in the rain, yet the imperial envoy was listening to a play. The students strangely became angry. The angry cursing that had just stopped due to exhaustion rang out again. Amidst the angry cursing, a person wearing a gray unlined garment was sandwiched in the crowd. His eyes rolled around a few times. He took out something from his clothes and threw it into the garden. The item fell into the garden and only made a muffled sound. There was no sound of an explosion. Instead, a thunderous curse came from Hua Garden, who the F***ck is throwing a bag of dog blood. Throwing dog blood was one of the most insulting tricks. Although it was childish like a child throwing a tantrum, throwing it into the imperial envoy's Hua Garden was a big deal. The students were also stunned, and the cursing stopped for a moment. They thought to themselves, which classmate is this? How could he be so daring? Just as they were thinking this, 3 black shadows flashed across Hua Garden. It was 3 swordsmen of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. They watched the troublemakers on the street outside the garden coldly. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, someone exploded with a cry, "The Overwatch Council is going to kill people." "We!" A shadow charged into the crowd. The sound of fanning the flames suddenly stopped. It was like someone had grabbed the throat of a duck's fate. The crowd was startled and parted in the middle. A large man wearing cotton clothing walked out coldly with a gray-clothed person's throat in his hand. The large man wearing cotton clothing was the leader of the Tiger Guards, Gauda. He had been watching the people fanning the flames on Fan Xian's orders. Given his ability, it was easy for him to take the person. He threw the gray-clothed man to the ground and stepped on his chest. The sound of the man's sternum breaking could be heard. The students looked at this wretched scene. Hot blood rushed to their heads. They surrounded Gauda in the middle and yelled, "Murder! The Overwatch Council is killing people." This scene scared the surrounding officials of the governor's manor. They urged their horses forward, ready to send troops to suppress the situation at any moment. Gauda coldly picked up the gray-clothed man and shook him like he was shaking a sack. Clink, clink, clink. Who knew how many things fell from the man's body? First, he didn't die. The gray-clothed man's moan answered Gauda's words. The students' emotions calmed slightly. Gauda coldly said, "Second, you are here to seek justice. This person is here to tempt the imperial envoy to kill you. There is a difference, so there is a difference in treatment," these are his original words. Only now did the students come to their senses. Looking down, they couldn't help but jump in fright. They saw that there were not only bags of dog blood on the gray-clothed man's body. There were also fire seeds and lamp oil. Only now did everyone understand that if they allowed this person to do bad things in the crowd and actually burn down Hua Garden, where the prince and imperial envoy lived, they would certainly be killed on the spot by the court as thugs. His original words are too, Gauda said coldly. Everyone was intimidated by his imposing manner and listened obediently. If there is injustice in your chest, you have to vent it. This is the nature of young people. I don't blame you. Gauda continued to narrate Fan Xian's words. But to be incited by someone and not know the truth, how stupid is that? If there is injustice you want to vent, you have to find the right way. To make such a racket like a shrew in the marketplace is truly shameful. Listening to these words, the students felt very dissatisfied. A student who seemed to be the leader stood out boldly. The Overwatch Council handles matters unfairly, forcing people to die. I once went to the Suzhou government to make a report, but officials protect each other. Furthermore, the Suzhou government fears the power of the Overwatch Council and does not accept the complaint. Dare I ask the Imperial Envoy, what other way can I vent my anger? Gauda glanced at that person coldly. Sir, since you have the courage to gather outside the garden to make trouble, do you have the courage to enter the garden to discuss matters? The students immediately began to make a ruckus. Some said they couldn't enter, others said they had to enter. There were many different opinions. In the end, they all focused their gazes on the student who had stood out earlier. This student was a student of Jiangnan Road's White Deer Academy. His name was Fong Tingshi. He came from a poor background but was very knowledgeable. He had always been deeply admired by his peers and was the hidden leader of the students. Fong Tingshi thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. From his clothes, he took out the letters of blood from tens of thousands of people he had collected. Raising them above his head, he said, "I am willing to enter the garden to debate with you." Gao Di glanced at him expressionlessly. Carrying the gray-clothed man, he walked into the garden. Fong Tingshi felt slightly uneasy. Summoning up his courage, he walked in. At the same time, he dissuaded his fellow students' requests to enter together. Fan Xian sat in the grand wooden armchair with his eyes half closed, enjoying Cece's gentle massage behind him. His fingers tapped on the table along with the singing of the melodious master in the pavilion in the garden. Below him, the incomparably daring Fong Tingshi, who had entered the garden alone to ask for justice from the imperial envoy, was flipping through something. His face alternated between green and white. His lips trembled slightly. It was as if he was shocked by what was recorded on it. Fan Xian slowly opened his eyes and said, "This is a court secret. However, there are many things that are not convenient to bring to the Suzhou government as evidence. There are many things that are already dead and cannot be used as evidence. There are many things that involve nobles in court. I cannot use them as a cover to openly destroy the Ming Garden. However, since you have the courage to pull together a group of students to seek justice, presumably you are not an idiot. After seeing so many things, you should have your own independent judgment as to what exactly happened in the Ming Garden matter." What Fong Tingshi held in his hands were the results of the Overwatch Council's secret investigation of the Ming Garden this half-year. It included the pirates on the East Sea Island, the strange death of Ming Launcher's concubine, the story of Xia Qifei and the Ming family smuggling to Dongyi, and the ace Sigajian left to enter Jiangnan to assassinate Fan Xian. Each stroke was recorded clearly. Although, as Fan Xian had said, these records could not be presented as evidence because of the lack of circumstantial evidence, Fong Tingshi knew that what was written on it was all true. His hands holding the files were trembling. But, it shouldn't be like this. The old Ming matriarch has softened Jiangnan and supported countless poor students. My family has been poor since I was young. If it wasn't for the Ming Garden giving me rice every month to study, how could I have entered White Deer Academy? His eyes were slightly red. He stared angrily at Fan Xian and said, "Imperial Envoy, since I dared to enter the garden today, I did not have any thoughts of leaving alive. I do not believe the things recorded here. The Overwatch Council is best at framing people." Fan Xian looked at him coldly and did not continue. Fong Tingshi himself could not continue. "Ever since I took over the Overwatch Council, when has there been a case of framing people and framing people?" Fan Xian said mockingly. "As for you, as a student, you should have the ability to make independent judgments. You don't need to rely on other people's words or your own eyes. You only need to look at the situation these years and your own brain." "Of course, you all have no brains to begin with," Fan Xian scolded. "If you all had brains, you wouldn't have been persuaded by others to come to Hua Garden. Where is this?" "This is the Imperial Envoy's residence. This is the Prince's temporary Imperial residence. Even if I cut off 300 of your heads, there would be no problem. In the end, it will be you all who die, and my reputation will also be gone. It will be good for those shady and illegal merchants who bend the law." He was angry and unkind. Pointing at Fong Tingshi's nose, he scolded, "You are all a bunch of idiots. I don't know where all your years of studying went." His anger was faked because Fan Xian knew that these students would fall for it the most. As expected, Fong Tingsher mumbled, "The Imperial Envoy's teaching is correct." He changed his mind. Not only had the Imperial Envoy not taken action to suppress the students, but he had also invited him into the manor. His heart was indeed sincere. He opened his mouth with a pained smile and said, "Sir is magnanimous." Fan Xian closed his eyes and shook his head. "My magnanimity cannot be said to be magnanimous. It is just that you are all still young. I am not willing to use those methods, as to why I can tolerate you today." He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "You should know who the 4 disciples of Fan Xian's are." Fan Xian's 4 disciples, Ho Jichang, Qing Jialan, Shi Chanli, and Yang Wanli, were all Fan Xian students who had jumped up after the spring examination case. Fong Tingsher nodded. Fan Xian smiled. "My 4 students are all older than me, but they all call me teacher." Back in the day, Jichang had also caused trouble in Jiangnan, just like you are today. Fong Tingsher was slightly startled. Fan Xian finally said, "It is not that I value talent. Perhaps I am nostalgic looking at you." After Fong Tingsher left, Cece furrowed her brows and said, "Young master, these people don't know what's good for them. Why are you still so polite?" Fan Xian shook his head. "Reputation is indeed not important, but I still have to be careful about the students. In the future, after these people pass the provincial examinations, they will all enter the court as officials. Even if I don't think for myself, I still have to think for the prince." Cece then said, "Then let this matter end here." A warm smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. If Fong Tingsher can persuade the students to go back, it means he has the ability. In the future, of course, we have to train him well. As for the ghosts mixed in the crowd, they are the ones I am waiting for. Ming Qingda had long sent someone to send a message. The internal structure of Ming Garden had pretty much been suppressed. The problem was, it was not easy to suppress the rumors in Suzhou at the moment, particularly the troublemaking crowd. There were certainly people with ulterior motives. "Don't use knives." Fan Xian turned around and gave orders to Gao De, "The wooden sticks I had you prepare a few days ago are more useful. As for suppressing things, you have to hit them painfully, but you can't let them bleed." No matter what matter it was, adding the word "bleed" in front of it was always troublesome. After Fong Tingsher left the garden, he gathered with the students and spoke for a long time. Unfortunately, he was unable to convince everyone. On the contrary, some of the students suspected that he was afraid of the power of the court. There were also some sarcastic words in the crowd that provoked him. After Fong Tingshi's anger, he was ashamed. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He could only take his friends and leave Ming Garden first. Only half of the people who had surrounded Ming Garden to express their anger remained. The officials of the governor's manor watched even more closely after the dog blood bag incident earlier. After an indeterminable amount of time, a large group of people suddenly charged out of Hua Garden with wooden sticks in their hands. They struck down on the bodies of the students who had surrounded and refused to leave. For a moment, wretched cries rang out and the sound of sticks hitting flesh rang out. Although the people of the Overwatch Council did not strike too heavily and the students were not heavily injured, the students, who had immersed themselves in scriptures every day, had never experienced this kind of stick education. They cried and yelled before they were chased away by the sticks. In front of Hua Garden, peace immediately returned. Only the rain slowly floated down. The commander of the governor's manor stared dumbstruck at this scene. He thought to himself that the imperial envoy was truly vicious and merciless. No one noticed that, following the scattered students, there were also some furtive figures. Behind these figures, there were also secret agents of the Overwatch Council disguised as scholars or commoners. As they ran in panic, they kept a careful eye on them. Fan Xian stepped on the ladder and held the third prince's hand as they climbed to the top of Hua Garden's wall. Looking at this scene, he couldn't resist laughing and said, according to the standard pattern, today we should have some gang members disguised as people with lofty ideals who are loyal to the emperor and love the people to beat up these students. The third prince asked curiously, Sir, why didn't you do this today? Fan Xian laughingly scolded, You want to use the Jiangnan water bandits. Now everyone knows that Xia Qifei is one of us. What need is there for that extra face? I'm still sick. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 400. So high-spirited, Fan Xian had one foot on the railing of the top floor of the Suzhou branch of Baoyue brothel. He held a fan in his other hand and fanned himself. The cold rain at the end of spring had stopped. The summer heat had gone and returned. In an instant, the temperature in the air rose. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the funeral procession passing through the main street. He listened to the babbling of morning music and couldn't resist smiling. Ming Qingda indeed had a way. On the surface, he appeared mournful, angry, and absolutely irreconcilable with Fan Xian. He had actually allowed the old Ming matriarch's burial ceremony to pass through the city. It was very ostentatious along the way. Along the way, there were citizens who had set up small tables and placed fruits in worship. There were also some beggars who had received benefits who were kowtowing to the slowly moving coffin. The sound of morning music was actually sometimes pleasant to listen to, at least in Fan Xian's ears. He waved his fan and couldn't resist sighing again, so high-spirited, the wind blew through the fan. He couldn't be bothered to fight with Ming Garden over their pride. He did not find it exciting to use a dead person to obstruct his eyes. If they wanted to parade, then go ahead. In any case, it wouldn't do him any real harm. After sweeping away the sixth Ming disciple and the old matriarch's trusted aides, Ming Qingda had already gradually and steadily controlled the situation in Ming Garden. It was also under his powerful suppression that the tens of thousands of Ming family members did not let out a final roar of mutual destruction because of the old Ming matriarch's unusual death. The scholars who had been clamoring in Suzhou a few days ago had been split apart by Fan Xian and then educated with a rod. Without the support of the Ming family, their momentum immediately weakened. Just as Fan Xian had expected, the so-called righteous indignation could not last long. Of course, Fan Xian knew that if he wanted to suppress the voices of revenge within the Ming family, it would certainly be hard on Ming Qingda. However, this matter had been caused by Ming Qingda. If he didn't want Fan Xian to fly into a rage, he had to swallow all this hard work, difficulty, and anger. What truly made Fan Xian happy was that the crows scattered among the crowd a few days ago had already sent back news. He didn't know if it was because of the Ming family's sudden silence that the elders of the Juanshan conference had no time to react. At least in the Jiangnan area, some of the officials of the Juanshan conference had made some rather stupid responses, such as inciting the citizens to cause trouble. Relying on the Overwatch Council's secret investigation in this matter and the people Ming Qingda had secretly sold to Hua Garden, the Overwatch Council had already set their sights on a manor downstream of the Yangtze River. It was a stronghold the Juanshan conference had set up in Jiangnan. Perhaps it was just an unremarkable manor and was not very important to the Juanshan conference, but Fan Xian needed to get rid of it to express his stance. While he was in Jiangnan, your Juanshan conference had better behave for the time being. If you don't behave, I'll shut you up. The Black Knights could not enter Ming Garden because the Emperor did not like to see the Overwatch Council's martial power overly involved in local government affairs. However, for such a mysterious organization as the Juanshan Conference that even faintly resisted imperial power, the Qing Emperor probably did not care what methods Fan Xian used. Governor Xueqing of Jiangnan Road also did not oppose Fan Xian's plan. After all, there was not enough time to ask Jingdo. Today was the day the old Ming matriarch was being buried. It was also the day the 500 black knights stealthily crossed the Yangtze River to wash a certain place in blood. The funeral procession had already passed through the long street under the Baoyue brothel. Fan Xian noticed that a few nobles had already carefully backed out of the procession. These Jiangnan people did not want to offend the Ming family, but they also did not want to give the imperial envoy too much face. Thus, they sent the procession to the city gates and turned back on their own. So high-spirited and vigorous, with great power in hand, what need was there to fear the hearts of the people? Although Fan Xian did not get carried away, he had begun to feel in the depths of his heart that power was truly like a drug. No wonder Shizhe had a saying, Xiaolong had paraphrased it, and it was commonly seen on the forums. Absolute so-and-so brought absolute so-and-so. However, Fan Xian knew that he did not need to be corrupt. He thought without shame that his mental realm was still relatively high, so he couldn't resist sighing for the third time. In the story, there should be someone asking, Sir, why? It was a pity that Wang Qinian still had another half a year before he could return to the Qin kingdom. Beside him, Deng Ziyu deliberated for a long time with a strange expression before choking out, Sir, seems to be in a good mood. Fan Xian smiled and spat. Of course I'm in a good mood. This old woman died cleanly. Standing on a tall building and watching others enter the grave, how could I not be happy? Deng Ziyu thought to himself, what was there to be happy about? He couldn't resist opening his mouth to admonish Jiangnan people. He only said 3 words before Fan Xian stopped him and smiled coldly. Don't repeat those words. What people's hearts and public opinion? In a few months, these people will completely forget. What benevolence, what benefits, they can only remember for a few days. In the end, it cannot compare to the fact that there is no oil to cook at home, no rice to cook at home. These things are important. Common people are the most forgetful people in the world. His words had a point, and it was pointing to Fan Xian's past, the Yi family that had long been weathered by wind and rain and turned into the palace treasury of the royal court. Back then, compared to the Ming family of today, the Yi family was 10 times more glorious, 10 times more powerful, and 10 times more benevolent toward the people. Heaven changed its face in one day, and the family was broken and people died. The tens of thousands of people under heaven all kept quiet out of fear. Who dared to seek justice for the Yi family? Deng Ziyu was startled and silent. He knew he had touched on the commissioner's years of pain, so he didn't say anything more. He finally understood why the commissioner would always smile coldly and not care about the people's hearts each time he mentioned them. As officials, we are only the emperor's officials, not the people's officials. Fan Xian's words were the complete opposite of serving the people. With the situation having reached this point, what was there for Fan Xian to be dissatisfied with? The Ming family was the monkey in the palm of his hand. Jiangnan was certain. Xia Qifei had already sent back news from Jiangbei. A few days ago, he had hooked up with his second brother's side. The storm in the Ministry of Revenue in the capital had settled. There was an urgent need to gather herbs in Hangzhou. The 3 large workshops in the palace treasury were in full swing. Under the gaze of the Qingyu Hall shopkeeper, they were serious and lively. As for officialdom, Fan Xian's relationship with Xueqing was growing closer and closer. In the palace, the emperor's trust in him had not decreased. Particularly after the Ming family matter, Fan Xian had damaged his own reputation. Without question, it increased the emperor's pity for his illegitimate child who was willing to be alone. Looking left and right, it was all a situation of great victory for him. As for the Juanshan conference, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Fan Xian's lips. He didn't know what the old cripple in Chin Garden outside the capital was thinking. In any case, Fan Xian did not plan on delving too deeply into this matter. The so-called raising a tiger was like this. To completely wipe out the Juanshan conference, first of all, this was a very difficult task. Even if Fan Xian went wild and risked losing most of the power in his hands, he still might not be able to accomplish this. Just looking at how the incomparably powerful second priest of the Qin Temple, Great Master Sanshi, was only a pawn thrown out by the Juanshan conference, one could imagine how much terrifying power was hidden in this nominally loose organization. Even if, with the help of his father and the old cripple, the whole family put their lives on the line and successfully overturned the Juanshan conference, Jiangnan would be settled, and the monarch's power was stable. The emperor would not allow Fan Xian to lead troops into battle. Then, what else could Fan Xian do? At such a young age, would he stay in that dark and gloomy room in the Overwatch Council and retire? Fan Xian did not want to become a second Qin Pingping, so he would not rush to resolve and extinguish certain conflicts. On the contrary, he hoped that these conflicts would slowly blossom in a situation he could control, like a poisonous flower. Of course, he did not think that today, in the Baoyu brothel, his thoughts and the old cripple's thoughts were actually the same. The old and the young were both working hard in secret for a goal that could not be announced. The only regret was that these two people did not seem to be willing to communicate with each other. Perhaps, they did not want to implicate each other. Not delving into the Juanshan conference did not mean they wouldn't deal with it. The Juanshan conference had tricked Fan Xian a few times in Jiangnan. He had to settle this debt. At this moment, the Black Knights were advancing silently on the mountain path. After a few months of planning, the only small hole was the Juanshan conference accountant, Mr. Zhou. This person had not been silenced. Furthermore, under the surveillance of both Ming Qingda and himself, he was still able to escape without a sound. This meant that this person was certainly an important character in the Juanshan conference. Perhaps he knew the true inside story of the Juanshan conference. However, Haitang still had not returned. A faint worry rose between Fan Xian's brows. Mr. Zhou must be under the protection of a very powerful figure. He left the railing and sat back down at the table. He ordered Deng Ziyu, contact the governor's manor and send out a wanted poster. His voice was very low. The Ming family has already sent someone to deliver housekeeper Zhou's portrait. Give it to the governor's manor and have both sides investigate together. Deng Ziyu shivered. He knew that Sir Zhou did not have any good ideas, so he could only begin to use the power of the government to try and force them in the open. As for that portrait, he knew that it was drawn by the old Ming matriarch's personal serving girl. Fan Xian sighed and said, "If we can capture that Mr. Zhou alive, don't you think this matter would be a bit too wonderful?" "It is indeed a wonderful thought." The top floor of Baoyue brothel was empty. Only Fan Xian's table had people sitting at it. At this moment, on the other side of the railing, at that table, two more people suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they followed up Fan Xian's words with extreme coldness. Countless sounds of metal being unsheathed rang out in the top floor. It was very severe. With Gao De in the lead, the 7 tiger guards gripped their strangely shaped long knives tightly in their hands and formed the shape of a mountain, firmly protecting Fan Xian behind them. At the same time, a dozen swordsmen of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council surged out from the side of the building. Their long swords had not been drawn. In their hands, they had already raised crossbows painted black and did not reflect much light. They were extremely sinister and aimed at the two people at the table. There was originally no one in the building, yet two people had appeared without a sound. Their arrival had not only been hidden from the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, but also from the Tiger Guards and Fan Xian, whose internal injuries had long healed. What kind of realm was this? However, Fan Xian's defensive power reacted quickly. In an instant, he had separated the two people. A dozen crossbows, in addition to the 7 tiger guards who could fight head-on against Haitang Duo, and Fan Xian, who had long advanced to the 9th level, even if the newcomers were Yun Jilan of Dongyi or Sir Lang Tiao of Northern Qi, everyone had the confidence that they could easily take them down. However, the two people did not have any strange expressions in the face of such a situation. The smile on one of their faces was still a bit forced. The other figure wearing a straw hat only exuded a coldness from head to toe. It was a coldness that saw everyone as nothing. The person wearing the straw hat slowly raised his head and revealed a strange face. There was not a trace of expression on his face. However, his eyes looked at the people in the building as coldly as if he was looking at a group of dead people. "You want Mr. Zhou?" "This is Mr. Zhou." Surrounded by crossbows, the person was as at ease as a spring breeze. A natural domineering aura rose from the air. Separated by everyone, he looked coldly at Fan Xian. "But, I won't give it to you." Fan Xian looked at the person through the clothes of the tiger guards. His heart jumped. Calmly, he said, "So, it is you who is protecting Mr. Zhou. No wonder Haitang has never succeeded. Since you are not willing to give him to me, then why have you come to see me?" "I don't have the habit of chatting with uninvited guests." The person coldly said, "A deal. Pull back the Black Knights, and I will spare your life." Spare your life. Under such circumstances, he was saying he would spare Fan Xian's life. Unless he was an idiot, only then would he have such confidence. However, Fan Xian knew that the other person was not an idiot, so he had to have the ability to kill him under such circumstances. Fan Xian instead smiled and asked, "How is Haitang?" The person suddenly rolled his eyes strangely. "I rarely kill women." Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, "That's good, release." Very abruptly and without warning, the word "release" was spoken. The swordsmen of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council loosened the springs in their hands. The 30 poison crossbow bolts split into 3 batches and shot toward the table like a dense rain of death. "What, Mr. Zhou? What Juanshan conference?" He didn't have time to worry about it. As long as he could kill the person in front of him, Fan Xian felt that anything was worth it, high-spirited. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his lips. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 401. Separated by less than 10 feet, the speed of the 30 poison crossbow bolts was terrifying. The power attached to them was also shocking. No one could imagine that someone could dodge such a concentrated and sudden attack. Even if the person sitting at the table was a god, he would not be able to dodge. Thus, he did not dodge at all. Without seeing how he moved, a pair of chopsticks disappeared from the bamboo container on the table. He caught this pair of chopsticks firmly in his hands and then waved them freely in the air. It was as if he was catching a few delicacies from nothingness to eat. The tips of the weak bamboo chopsticks whistled through the air. It was as if it was not a pair of chopsticks but an ancient divine weapon imbued with endless qi. Ding, 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 it was like rain hitting a banana leaf. A series of densely packed sounds rang out. All of the crossbow bolts in the process of quickly shooting were gently pinched and pulled by the pair of chopsticks. In an impossible situation, all of them were pulled off by a few strands. They deviated from the imagined shooting trajectory by a few strands. They brushed past the bodies of the two people by the table and shot into the wooden boards of the Baoyue brothel, into the walls of the carriage. The crossbow bolts shot into the wood. Only the tails of the bolts trembled slightly. In an instant, the 30 crossbow bolts made it seem as if wild grass had grown on the floor, but they could not harm the person at all. The swordsmen of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council looked at the scene in front of them and felt a chill surge into their hearts and take over their entire bodies. To be able to use only a pair of chopsticks to pull out such a fast crossbow bolt at such a short distance, this kind of speed, this kind of vision, this kind of power, the other party was not human. The other party was certainly not human. The Overwatch Council was the strongest organization in the Qin court. The officials of the Overwatch Council were the most determined people in the Qin kingdom. But, in the end, they were still human. When they discovered that the enemy they faced seemed to have left the realm of human, they still felt fear and a kind of helplessness. The crossbow bolts of the 3rd Bureau only fired 3 times in a row. It was already too late to reload. Furthermore, the hands of all the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau were trembling. They looked incredulously at the table and the person beside it. It was as if they had forgotten their next step. As the group of crossbow bolts flew over, the 7 tiger guards were like 7 fierce tigers coming down the mountain. Under the cover of the crossbow bolts, they held long knives in their hands and turned into 7 streaks of snow-white light as they chopped toward the table. The light of the knife was still in the air when Fan Xian, who was behind the tiger guards, shouted, "Retreat!" With this shout, he stood up and leaped into the air. With the order to retreat, the other 6 tiger guards, with the exception of Gouda, forcefully reversed their jinqi. In the air, they held their sabers horizontally across their chests in an extremely awkward manner. 4 feet above the table, they forcefully steadied their bodies. With the tip of their toes, they retreated as ordered. Gao Da's kung fu was the strongest, and his reaction was the fastest. As the sharp edge of the mountain, he had already reached the table. Facing the mysterious person wearing the bamboo hat, he felt a slight chill in his heart, but he could no longer retreat. He could only let out a roar and circulate the jinqi in his body to its peak. He crossed his hands and slashed down with his saber. Gao Da suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle, and his body was being pulled back by a vast amount of jinqi. However, the saber had already slashed down. The light of the knife sliced across the table. Because it was being dragged by the person behind him, it didn't cut the man in the bamboo hat. Instead, it cut the floor in front of the table. With a sharp sound, the thick solid wood floor was like thin paper. A large hole was cut open by the long knife in Gao Da's hand. Dust rose slightly and wood splinters flew everywhere. Through the hole, one could see the table on the 2nd floor of the Baoyue brothel. Just as Gao Da struck, the man in the bamboo hat gently placed the pair of chopsticks in his hands on the table. It was only then that everyone noticed there was a sword beside the leg of the table. It was a very plain sword that did not give off a sharp light. It was wrapped in a thick coarse cloth. Then, the pair of chopsticks landed on the table. The ordinary sword suddenly gave off a bright light. With a clang, the hilt of the sword trembled without any wind. It jumped up excitedly and tore through the coarse cloth binding the scabbard. It forcefully pulled out half of the snow-white blade. A cold, murderous sword intent that did not seem to belong to the mortal world seeped out through that half of the sword. The sword intent entered the floorboards. The moment Gao Da's long knife touched the floorboards, it passed over. At the same time the long knife broke open the large hole in the floorboards, countless fine lines appeared along the knife's opening and quickly spread through it. There was no pattern to the lines, but they appeared so beautiful. There was not a shred of vitality in them. The patterns quickly invaded Gao Da's long saber. The tiger guard's long saber began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as though a pair of invisible hands were holding a diamond and carving it on the sharp and solid surface of the saber. Countless deep marks appeared on the surface of the saber. Gao Da's hands also began to tremble. Shocked and helpless, he pulled back his knife. The long knife blade split open like a weathered stone surface. The terrifying sword intent only reached the hilt of the knife, but the ripple went up. Gaudi gave a muffled grunt. His chest felt heavy and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, there was a crack sound in his right wrist. The joint had been broken. It was only a matter of 3 breaths. For the man in the bamboo hat, the crossbow bolts and 7 tiger guard knives were as simple as raising and putting down a pair of chopsticks. The moment they met, the Overwatch Council suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, the people protecting Fan Xian knew that what he had said earlier was not empty words. Given this extraordinary and divine realm, if the man in the bamboo hat wanted to kill the imperial envoy, even if they all died, they would not be able to stop him. Extraordinary and divine. Other than the 4 great grandmasters, who else in the world had such a realm? Blood seeped out of the corner of Gao Da's mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. Half kneeling on the ground, he stared at the man in the bamboo hat not far away and said each word clearly, Sigajian. As an internal servant of the Qin court, when had the Tiger Guards ever feared anyone? Gao Da's 3 words were said so weakly and hopelessly. In the hearts of the people, the 4 great grandmasters were no longer in the category of normal humans. All of the legends had almost become fairy tales. The feelings people had toward the 4 great grandmasters were only respect. Respect and fear. Other than that, there was nothing else. No one dared to attack the 4 great grandmasters. Even if it was someone who wanted to commit suicide, no one would choose this path. Gao Da stared at the man in the bamboo hat with wide eyes. He didn't understand why Sigajian, who should be far away in Dongyi, would come to Jiangnan. It was only then that he felt his ankle being gently released. Earlier, if that person had not used a powerful force to grab his ankle and pull him back, Gao Da's knife would have chopped down and the man in the bamboo hat sword intent rippled out. At this moment, what would have been shredded like cloth would not only be the long knife but also his body. Only now did Gao Da feel a boundless fear. Unconsciously, he turned his head to look and saw Fan Xian's trembling right hand gently wiping it on his long robe. Fan Xian's hand was completely covered in cold sweat. It was a wet mess. He knew that if he had not seen the opportunity quickly and shouted quickly, these 7 tiger guards would have all died at the hands of the man in the bamboo hat. However, his expression remained calm. Although his pupils constricted slightly and his right hand, hidden behind his back, trembled slowly, he remained calm. Facing such an extraordinary and divine warrior, he had to be calm. The other party was a great grandmaster. Fan Xian was not an ordinary person. Ever since he was young, he had lived with a great grandmaster who was not ranked among the great grandmasters. He had been taught by Uncle Wu Zhu hand in hand. Thus, facing the man in the bamboo hat, he was not like everyone else in the building, so shocked that they couldn't even speak. However, he was still shocked. He even began to feel a bitterness in his mouth. Wu Zhu had once talked about power. Without a sliver of Jinqi, Wu Zhu had extraordinary power, but he was, after all, Fan Xian's closest family. When Fan Xian faced a great grandmaster for the first time today, he realized that under the other party's power, he didn't even have a sliver of a chance to retaliate. Fan Xian was a meticulous person who knew himself and others. He knew that given his 9th level strength, even 10 of him could not defeat Uncle Wu Zhu. Using the same logic, 10 of him could not defeat the old man wearing the bamboo hat. What he had seen and felt earlier made Fan Xian believe even more in what Uncle Wu Zhu had once said. A 1st level can kill a 9th level as long as one's luck is good enough. But, if you are facing those guys, don't talk about luck. The martial artists of the world were ranked from low to high, and those who reached the 9th level were the most powerful. The difference between each level was not insurmountable. Otherwise, Fan Xian would not have been able to slaughter everyone on Nilon Street, and he would not have been able to toy with Lang Tiao and Friar He in Shangjing, Northern Qi. Once one broke past the 9th level and entered the realm of the celestial, like Ku He, that baldy, or the old man in front of him, it was already a completely different realm. The difference in strength was like a bottomless ravine. It was impossible for any scheme to fill it. The top floor of Baoyue brothel was completely silent, but the noise below had already begun. Although Gao Da's strike had struck the air, it had startled countless people. The noise was unbearable. After a short pause, it quieted down. The guards and Shirsang guarding downstairs were probably taking care of it. The man in the bamboo hat by the table was still silent. It was as if he was waiting for Fan Xian to make a decision. There was no light on his body, but in everyone's eyes, his thin clothes seemed to be plated with the splendor of the sky, making it hard for people to look directly at him. In comparison, Mr. Zhou, whom Fan Xian had always wanted to capture, sat timidly by the man in the bamboo hat. No one would notice him. A simple person, yet he covered up all the splendor between heaven and earth. Fan Xian's left hand still held the fan tightly. He looked at the man in the bamboo hat by the table and didn't speak for a moment. The top floor of Baoyue brothel was completely silent. It was deathly silent. The atmosphere was oppressive. The man in the bamboo hat looked at the calm Fan Xian and smiled slightly. Your reaction, your strength, seems to be a bit stronger than the rumors say. This was referring to when Gao Da's strike had come down. Fan Xian had reacted quickly and called back the 6 people. In a flash, he had shot up and used the coffin breaker to expand his right arm. He then used a small trick to forcefully grab Gao Da's ankle and drag Gao Da back, saving his life. For Fan Xian to be able to do all this in such a short moment could already be considered perfect. It was so much so that the man in the bamboo hat revealed a glimmer of admiration. Fan Xian did not reply to this question. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he slowly walked to the side of the railing and didn't look at the man in the bamboo hat again. All of the guards, including Gao Da, were stunned. The commissioner was very daring. Facing a great grandmaster that tens of thousands of people revered, he could be so natural and not look at him. Fan Xian walked to the side of the railing and faced the bustling Suzhou. The sparse air above Suzhou and the lingering smell of firecrackers lingered in the air. He took a deep breath. His expression changed slightly and immediately returned to normal. No one knew what he was thinking about. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Shi Chanli, whose face was full of shock, and Sang Wen, who had her mouth wide open and revealed worry in her gentleness, glanced at the table surrounded by the people of the Overwatch Council. They immediately turned their questioning gazes toward Fan Xian by the railing. Everyone, go down. Fan Xian leaned against the railing and didn't turn his head as he gave the order in a cold voice. His hand gripped the fan tighter and tighter. The paper of the fan had warped slightly. He had probably made up his mind. Earlier, when the tiger guards had attacked, Fan Xian's shout had been able to make everyone retreat without regard for their lives. From this, it could be seen that none of the guards had any objections to his orders. They had carried them out very thoroughly. Now, when he gave the order for everyone to go down, everyone, including the tiger guards, used silence to express their opposition. A great grandmaster wanted to kill someone. At a time like this, no one dared to leave Fan Xian alone in the building. Fan Xian turned around and gazed at Gao Da with a slight smile. Perhaps my orders are no longer effective. Gao Da's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the familiar warm smile on the commissioner's face and the encouragement in it, his mind was a mess for a moment. He understood Fan Xian. Every time Fan Xian revealed that mesmerizing smile, it was often when he was truly angry. It was also when he had a card up his sleeve. Fan Xian continued, without my orders, no one is allowed to take one step into this building. Also, immediately evacuate the neighboring streets to prevent accidental injuries. Gao De let out a murky breath and wiped away the blood at the side of his lips. With a muffled grunt, he led everyone down the stairs. Along the way, he also pushed down Shi Chanli, who was standing at the top of the stairs and unwilling to go down. When Fan Xian's personal guards came down the stairs, they saw a scene that they would remember deeply. It was a scene that made them incomparably terrified at the time. Step by step, Fan Xian slowly walked toward the table. He wore that strange smile on his face as the deformed fan in his hand opened again. As he fanned himself, he walked toward the table. His walk was very steady and free. In reality, walking from that table to this table was only a distance of 10 steps. However, these 10 steps made Fan Xian feel as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Strangely, the closer he got to the table the man in the bamboo hat was at, the calmer Fan Xian's heart became. Walking to the side of the table, Fan Xian stared into the eyes of the man in the bamboo hat. He looked directly at him rudely as if he was not at all afraid that the man could kill him with a casual raise of his hand. The man in the bamboo hat also seemed to feel that the Jiangnan Road imperial envoy was rather daring and looked back at him with a slight smile. Gao De went down the stairs and immediately rearranged the defenses. At the same time, he followed the commissioner's orders and evacuated the neighboring citizens. He also ordered his subordinates to quickly go to the governor's manor to mobilize troops. Although he knew these methods had no effect on the powerful warrior in the building, he had done his best. Then, he went to the top floor of a building adjacent to Baoyue brothel and flipped onto the eaves. Carefully hiding his figure, he watched every movement in Baoyue brothel across the street. He was prepared to gamble his life at any moment. Gao De crouched behind the tile beast and looked at the top floor of Baoyue brothel. He couldn't hear what the people inside were saying, but just looking at the contents was enough to shock him. The building was empty. There was only Fan Xian and the man in the bamboo hat facing each other. One was sitting by the table, and the other was standing by the table. As for Mr. Zhou, although he was not a person in Fan Xian's eyes, he was still an eyesore, so he waved his hand and indicated for Mr. Zhou to scram to the side. In reality, the Juanshan Conference's accountant, Mr. Zhou, was already quite frightened. He immediately left his seat obediently and squatted in the corner of the railing. There was an empty chair. Thus, Fan Xian lifted the front of his robe and sat down without a care in the world. At this moment, he was less than half a body's distance from the man in the bamboo hat. It was intimate, dangerous, and terrifying to the extreme. Gao De, who was watching from a distance, was almost scared to death. Fan Xian, who was in the building, still wore a faint smile. He put away the deformed paper fan in his left hand and slowly picked up the chopsticks the man in the bamboo hat had slammed on the table. He inserted them back into the bamboo tube. He did these 3 actions very carefully, slowly, and carefully. After the chopsticks were inserted, he sighed happily and clapped his hands as if he had completed a great task. The man in the bamboo hat did not kill him. This meant that everything could be discussed. Courageous. The man in the bamboo hat looked at Fan Xian with a slight smile. Among the younger generation, you are the most outstanding. If the great grandmaster's words got out, it would certainly establish Fan Xian's unbreakable position. However, Fan Xian did not feel slightly gratified because of these words. He smiled warmly and said, "So what? If you want to kill me, isn't it a matter of time?" The man in the bamboo hat calmly said, "What I said earlier still stands. You pull back the Black Knights and I won't kill you." Fan Xian suddenly raised his head. A glimmer of mockery and disdain appeared in his eyes. In this world, it had been many years since someone dared to use this kind of gaze to look at the man in the bamboo hat. Even though the man in the bamboo hat was a top figure in the world, he still couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anger. This is your request. A proper great grandmaster has fallen to such a level. You don't need this old face, but the Qing court still needs face. Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, countless sharp words spouted out. It was as if the person in front of him was not an unfathomable great grandmaster but a subordinate he had pulled by the ear and lectured in the Overwatch Council. The man in the bamboo hat froze. It was clear that no one had lectured him like this before. For a moment, he couldn't react. Fan Xian suddenly slammed the table and stared at the man in the bamboo hat's strange face. Enunciating each word, he said, "Have you gone senile? This is a matter of the Juanshang Conference. What does it have to do with you that I move the Black Knights to kill people? Do you have any filial sons or grandsons in the manor? You just charged up like this and put a knife to my neck, and I have to listen to you. Even if I did listen to you, what would happen in the future? Would your filial sons and grandsons not die? I'm afraid they will die even faster." Fan Xian's voice became sharp and mixed with boundless disdain and mockery. Pointing at the man in the bamboo hat's nose, he scolded, "Please, wake up. What year and year is it now? It has long since ceased to be the age where you can walk unhindered with a sword. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are a sword immortal? Isn't it a goddamn road to death?" The man in the bamboo hat looked at Fan Xian like he was looking at an idiot. Suddenly, he felt that he was also an idiot. He traveled the world and received the respect of tens of thousands of people. Even the ruler of a country looked at him with respect. He couldn't even find someone who was disrespectful to him, much less someone like this beautiful young man in front of him who pointed at his nose and scolded him. However, he was, after all, a great grandmaster. After a moment of shock, he recovered his calm. On the contrary, he looked at Fan Xian and chuckled. His laughter was very joyous. "How many years has it been since someone has dared to speak to me like this?" As he spoke, the man in the bamboo hat's tone became heavy and he coldly said, "I will count to 3. If you don't give the order to retreat, I can only kill you." That pair of steady hands slowly rested on the table. Fan Xian's gaze lowered slightly. He looked at the pair of hands that should have been old but didn't have a single wrinkle. The sword under the table was pulled by a powerful aura and gave off the cry of a dragon. Amidst the buzzing sound, the hilt of the sword slowly rose. The half of the snow-white sword body illuminated the entire building. 3. The man in the bamboo hat began to count down coldly. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Straightforwardly, he said, 1. After saying this, he smashed his fist down beside him. This punch was mixed with his nearly 20 years of day and night meditation and the tyrannical jinqi of the nameless martial secret. It was mixed with the Yi family's coffin breaker technique and the supreme heart of Tianyi Dao he had learned from Haitang. The qi flowed at will. In an instant, the will broke through tens of thousands of barriers. The killing came out of the meridians and moved to the body of the fist. It smashed down viciously. The fist smashed onto the hilt of the sword. The air in the building rippled without reason. The air outside the railing seemed to tremble, making the scenery outside change shape slightly. With a clang, the normal sword was smashed back by Fan Xian's fist. The dragon's cry immediately disappeared. By the railing, Mr. Zhou had long fainted from this shocking shock and fell wretchedly to the side of the railing. Fan Xian swallowed back the mouthful of fresh blood that had rushed up from his chest and stared fiercely and stubbornly into the eyes of the man in the bamboo hat. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Deng Ziyu, listen to my order." This shout carried jinqi and spread out. In an instant, it spread through the entire Chang Street. Gouda, who was hiding across the street, was startled and unconsciously stood up. Deng Ziyu, who had been standing guard in the middle of the street, didn't know what had happened. He replied in a trembling voice, "I am here." Fan Xian continued to stare into the man's eyes and said viciously, "Send out the signal. The Black Knights are to enter the garden. If they resist, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy." After an indeterminable amount of time, the man in the bamboo hat's complicated sigh rang out in the quiet top floor of Baoyue brothel. "You are right. I should not have entered the world again. However, the people you want to kill and the people you want to capture are people I care about." "What about that?" The man in the bamboo hat gently gripped the hilt of the sword by the table and flipped his hand to lift it. In a quiet voice, he said, "I will take the sword and leave Dong Mountain." The power of the sword gradually increased. It would be a lie to say that Fan Xian was not afraid. It would be even more false to say that he was not nervous. However, he used his valued state of mind to control every muscle on his face. He stared fixedly at the man in the bamboo hat's face and said one thing. "You don't dare to kill me." A moment of silence. "Why wouldn't I dare to kill you?" "Because you are not that idiot Sigurjian." Fan Xian gripped the broken fan on the table tightly again and said, "Of the 4 great grandmasters, as long as it is not that heartless idiot Sigurjian, no one dares to kill me." The man in the bamboo hat's hand continued to hold the hilt of the sword steadily. Fan Xian believed that as long as the man pulled out this sword, his head would certainly be separated from his body. Thus, he forcefully suppressed the glimmer of fear in the depths of his heart and said, word by word, "That is why I do not understand why you would appear here. In my heart, you should be that noble man who rides half a broken boat and lightly sings to the world, free and at ease, his sleeves not stained by the drifting clouds. Not a martial man whose heart has been disturbed by matters and made such a stupid move." There was a strange light in the man's eyes. Fan Xian didn't know if his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he saw a glimmer of admiration in the man's eyes. The waves only bloom for a moment, but compared to a millennial stone, it is not much different. "Sir is the same." Fan Xian stared fiercely at the man and said, "If you were Yi Luyun, how would you dare to kill me?" To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 402. The first and only time Fan Xian saw Yi Luyun was when he was 12 years old. That year, he lay on the precipice with a strange light in his eyes. He gazed at the half of a lonely boat below the precipice, the tens of thousands of holes in the sand, the 2 exceptional people, and the battle between powerful warriors that disappeared with a touch. One was the great grandmaster of the Qing kingdom, Yi Luyun, and the other was his uncle. The 12-year-old Fan Xian had just completed his tyrannical scroll, so his insight could not be considered exceptional. Thus, he only sighed in admiration at the power of the battle and did not stop to understand its essence. On the contrary, it was during these years that he would occasionally think back to that time and scene. Only then would he gradually find something beautiful, shocking, and learnable from his memories. The more he thought back, the more he admired Uncle Wu Zhu and Yi Luyun's exceptional methods. Sometimes, he would even feel that the figure of Yi Luyun riding the half of a lonely boat across the ocean still floated in his mind and that ancient song still echoed in his ears. He had never thought that this great grandmaster of the Qing kingdom, a figure revered by tens of thousands of people, would be at the top of a brothel and become the person he had to face. Fan Xian was the person most afraid of death in this world, so he had once made a full understanding and analysis of the enemies he could face alone. He calculated and weighed his own strength and background. In this world, the person he feared the most should be Dongyi's Sigajien. The most unfathomable should be Northern Chi's Kuhi. The most troublesome were, of course, the people in the royal palace. Although Sigajien was an idiot and could kill him without a care, everyone knew that idiots did not like to go out to unfamiliar places. The unfathomable ascetic master Kuhi, who liked to eat human flesh, was finally beaten down to the mundane world after his beloved uncle Wu Zhu personally acted. A person who could be injured was not that scary. As for the people in the Qing royal palace, they were all related, so he temporarily did not have to consider them. The people Fan Xian truly feared were all great grandmaster level figures. From this, it could be seen that this person was either overly confident or somewhat arrogant. Speaking of which, given his strength and the blind uncle, he truly only had to consider these people. Of the 4 great grandmasters, only Fan Xian was not worried about Yi Luyun. On one hand, the memories of his youth were too deep. He always felt that this ancestor of the Yi family was quite a beautiful person who traveled the world all year round. He was a real person with a bright and cheerful temperament. He should not be involved in the boring struggles of the world. Secondly, the situation of the Yi family in Jingdou made Fan Xian's sharp eyes see clearly that Yi Luyun was a man of affection. Otherwise, the emperor would not have been able to maintain the balance between the two sides. The yin fire of the hanging temple had burned the Yi family to the ground. Despite such a despicable method, Yi Luyun was able to endure and not return to the capital. Naturally, the happiness and safety of the Yi family and the continuation of the Yi family were more important than anything else. If Yi Luyun continued to stay in Jingdou and affect the balance of power, the emperor would not actually do anything to the Yi family. This was something that could not be announced, but it was a natural tacit understanding between the imperial power and Yi Luyun's extraordinary martial power. Thus, Fan Xian could not understand why Yi Luyun would make a move because of the Juanshan conference and would so decisively come in front of him and use his life to threaten him. If this was not stupid, then what was? Even if the Black Knights were to retreat this time, did the emperor not know of the connection between the Yi family and the Juanshan conference? Wasn't this balance still broken? If he came, then so be it. Fan Xian had accurately calculated this great grandmaster's weakness, which was why he dared to be so mocking and so rebellious in his dark and sour tone. If you were Yi Luyun, how would you dare to kill me? Fan Xian stared at the pair of eyes that were as calm as autumn water under the straw hat. It was as if he wanted to see the true purpose of this great grandmaster's sudden visit to Suzhou. In the depths of his heart, he had even prepared himself if Yi Luyun immediately asked, "Why wouldn't I dare to kill you?" He would immediately and coldly throw out the killing weapon he used to roam the Jianghu as an explanation. If you kill me, Uncle Wu Zhu will naturally kill everyone in the Yi family. This was a simple truth. Yi Luyun would definitely believe it and would not accept it. So, back then, you hid on the cliff and peeked. Unexpectedly, Yi Luyun did not continue Fan Xian's words. He only slowly put the sword in his hand back into its sheath. Looking at his handsome face, he sighed. Fan Xian's heart jumped, but there was no expression on his face. He remained calm. You don't understand? Yi Luyun asked. Fan Xian truly didn't understand, so he nodded. The viciousness and confidence he had purposely pretended earlier immediately weakened a little. Yi Luyun smiled slightly and said, "If you weren't on that cliff, how could you have read those 2 lines? How could you have known that I was you? How could you have known that I knew you were him? How could you have known that I wouldn't dare to kill you?" It was very complicated. It sounded very complicated, so Fan Xian truly felt a bit dizzy. Fortunately, his enlightenment was a dozen years earlier than normal people. He had lived 2 lives, so his basic knowledge of logic was much more solid than others. He circled it around in his head a few times and finally understood Yi Luoyun's words. What Yi Luoyun wanted to express was very simple. In this world, at least now, at least in Jiangnan, there were not many people who knew him. This meaning made Fan Xian feel incomparably shocked. Were there really not many people who knew the great grandmaster of Qin Kingdom? He unconsciously let go of the paper fan he held tightly in his hand. A glimmer of mockery rose to the corners of his lips. Don't think that you can pretend to be my uncle by pretending to be cool. Don't think that you can pretend to be Ku's bald head by wearing a straw hat. Don't think that you can make others believe you are Sigu Jian by carrying a broken sword. You are Yi Luoyun. Regardless of whether or not I recognize you, in the end, you are Yi Luoyun. Sigu Jian's movements were the most important thing the Overwatch Council monitored. It was impossible for Yi Luoyun to pretend to be him. This was something Fan Xian did not understand. Did Yi Luoyun really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the emperor by doing this? He mockingly said, although Sigu Jian is indeed a bit of an idiot and has been made the scapegoat countless times by the Qin Kingdom, your act is not very particular. Who I am is not important. Yi Luoyun looked at Fan Xian coldly. I am only here to remind you that too many people have died in Jiangnan when you went down there. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at one of the four most powerful people in the world without shrinking back. Slowly, he said, what goal in this world can be reached without people dying? What goal do you want to reach? I am an official. My responsibility is to protect the emperor's interests and not let them be harmed in the slightest. A strange light flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. He smiled slightly and said, other than this, I have no other thoughts. Even if you die. No, I won't die. Yi Luoyun fell silent. A moment later, he said, your mother didn't seem to be this kind of person back then. Fan Xian was not surprised that the man would mention his mother, but his face was as cold as frost. Don't use my mother to pressure me, he said coldly. And speaking of killing, I'm sure you remember that my mother was no worse than me. I am talking about innate talent and nature. Yi Luoyun's voice suddenly sank. How can a person who likes to kill hold great power? The atmosphere in the building, which had slightly eased because of the reminiscing of the past, immediately became icy cold and tense again. When you were in Jingdo, there were those pitiful people who put in so much effort to worry about you. I won't talk about that for now. Yi Luoyun sat straight by the table. His entire person was as stubborn and unyielding as the pine tree on Dong Mountain. You went to Jiangnan. Many things happened in Jiangnan. How many people died because of your skillful hands? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. He was incomparably angry. Lowering his voice, he said, could it be that if I didn't go to Jiangnan, the people in Jiangnan wouldn't have died? The bastards in the palace treasury would no longer be bastards, and the rotten rats in the Ming family would become rats? He smiled disdainfully and said, old man, earlier you said not to use my mother's name to pressure me. Now I will add another sentence. The name of righteousness has no effect on me. Yi Luoyun's expression did not change. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. He only quietly said, in the matter of killing Yuan Meng, you knocked out all the serving girls and servants in the manor. It appeared to be somewhat gentle, but these unconscious people were all captured by the Suzhou government and killed to silence them. He looked gently into Fan Xian's eyes and continued, when you left, you should have guessed that under the pressure of the Overwatch Council, those innocent people could only die. If you don't kill the innocent will die because of you. I only need to bear the responsibility I should bear. Fan Xian used the shameless words of a coach from his previous life lightly to reply, but a great shock surged in his heart. Of course, it was not because those innocent people had died because of him, although this made his heart dim slightly. This great shock came from Yi Liuyun's words. His words seemed to faintly reveal that he clearly knew the details of him entering the manor to kill people. Fan Xian stared into Yi Liuyun's eyes. He didn't know just how much this great grandmaster knew. If he knew that he had already learned the Siga sword, then it would be terrible. This was one of Fan Xian's secrets. Once the emperor in Jingdo found out, the entire Overwatch Council would be trampled to the ground because of the shadow and hanging temple matter. The other party could completely use this to threaten him. Looking at Yi Liuyun's expression, it seemed that he did not know the details. But why did Yi Liuyun not mention anything else but the unimportant Yuan Meng? A harsh light flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. He immediately recovered his calm and gave up on the thought of silencing him. Today's situation was different from the past. In the past, he was the knife, and the people were the meat. Today, he was the one struggling for his life on the chopping block. Wanting to kill the man in the bamboo hat in front of him while Uncle Wu Zhu was recovering from his injuries was an impossible task. Thus, Fan Xian slammed the table and roared, "To accomplish great things, one must not bother with trifles. If we don't strike like lightning and let Jiangnan be like before, how many people will the Ming family kill? How many more people will those pirates kill? Will you fill in the hole in the national treasury for me?" Without waiting for Yi Liuyun to reply, the tip of his disdainful finger stretched out again. Very boldly and rudely, he pointed at Yi Liuyun's nose and scolded, "And that Juanshan conference? Are they cleaner than me? What kind of person are you? How can you lower yourself to do things for them? You are a great grandmaster of the court. If you don't stand on my side, what right do you have to stand on that side?" The last sentence cleverly turned and went straight for the heart. Yi Liuyun furrowed his brows slightly and slowly said, "The Juanshan conference is not what you think it is. Of course, I understand. You are a great grandmaster high above, but in the end, you are still a person. You need to enjoy. Walk the world. Wandering the world is happy, but if you are exposed to the sun and rain, where is the feeling of being at ease? Every time you go to a province or a land, if there is someone who responds, serves, and worships you, naturally, you are happy. To be able to use the entire world to worship you, other than that Juanshan conference, who else can do it?" Yi Liuyun looked at him with a slight smile. It was as if he had not thought that this young man would be able to so easily see through his connection to the Juanshan conference. The matter had always been this simple. Ku he was worshipped by Northern Qi, Sigu Jian was worshipped by Dongyi, and the person in the royal palace was worshipped by the Qin kingdom. But what about Yi Liuyun? Walking the world without returning home, blowing in the wind on the ocean, caressing the pines on Dong Mountain, crossing rivers and lakes, all of these things needed someone to take care of and take care of. Even a great grandmaster had to eat and live in an inn, particularly someone of his status. Certainly, he did not like all the conventional flattery. Would he be willing to live in a secluded garden and interact with some lonely guests hidden in the wilderness? The garden required money. Entering the mountains to visit friends also required travel expenses. Traveling around the world was actually the most extravagant kind of life. You couldn't have a great grandmaster become a bandit and road tyrant. Fan Xian had not finished speaking when he smiled coldly and said, "But the relationship between your filial son and the Juanshan conference is not so simple. If you want to fish people out from under my hands, it is not so simple. The Juanshan conference is protecting these womanly hands for you. Are you planning to use these hands to hold up the sky for the Juanshan conference?" As he spoke, his gaze, intentionally or not, landed on Yi Liuyun's hands on the side of the table. Those hands were like white jade without a single wrinkle. They were not at all like the hands of an old man. Rather, they were like the hands of a girl who had never seen the sun and only knew how to embroider flowers and birds in her boudoir. This was the sign of Yi Luyun abandoning his sword and mastery of San's Ho many years ago when Yi Qingmei pushed Wu Zhu into Qing Kingdom's Jingdou. After the first battle between Wu Zhu and Yi Luyun, it had not changed at all in all these years. Yi Luyun listened to Fan Xian describe his hands as womanly. His eyes, which were as calm as autumn water, gradually began to boil. The key to negotiation was to grasp the other party's emotions, even if the other party was a high and mighty great grandmaster. Thus, when Fan Xian discovered that the true anger in Yi Luyun's heart was about to explode, he immediately changed the topic and slowly said, "There should still be some time before the Black Knight's act. If you truly care about your filial son and grandson in the garden, shouldn't you give Mr. Zhou to me?" Yi Luyun gazed at him with a not-quite-there smile. It was as if he was mocking him or looking at an ignorant child. "At this time, you are willing to accept my conditions." Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly, but his heart gave a thump. He had originally thought that since Yi Luyun was not afraid of the hardship of sneaking the Juanshan Conference account master to Baoyue brothel, he had the intention of using Mr. Zhou to exchange for the Yi family descendant in the Juanshan Conference. Did the other party not have this intention at all? "I have never accepted any conditions under coercion." He raised his head and looked with great sincerity at Yi Luyun's simple face with his calm eyes. "But this does not mean that I am not willing to come to some kind of agreement with an elder worthy of respect." Hearing this, Yi Luyun was finally moved. He sighed and said, "As expected, shameless." Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, "You use martial power to coerce people, and I use human lives to coerce people. If we're talking about shamelessness, it's actually not too far off." Yi Luyun slowly stood up. Fan Xian's heart froze, but his expression was calm. He once again opened the pitiful fan that was already wet and deformed and waved it randomly. Yi Luyun looked at the fan in his hand. A glimmer of a smile flashed through his eyes. He could see the true nervousness in the depths of this young man's heart. "Don't think that you understand everything and that you can control everything," Yi Luyun said. "Otherwise, one day, you will die a very pitiful death. Otherwise, there will come a day when you will die a pitiful death. You are a smart person, but don't be too smart. You are smart, but don't be too smart." Yi Luyun lectured. "You should know how to deal with the following matters." Yi Luyun slowly lowered his head and allowed the bamboo hat to cover his simple face. Holding the long sword tied in rough cloth, he walked to the side of the railing and turned his hand to grab Mr. Zhou by the collar. Fan Xian finally felt a glimmer of helplessness and bewilderment. If the great Yi Luyun had not come to deliver account Zhou to him, why would he condescend to talk with him for so long? Yi Luyun turned his head. The mist in his eyes gradually grew. A faint but terrifying killing intent shocked Fan Xian's body. In the end, he slowly said, "I am carrying a sword, not pretending to be that idiot Siga Jian. Perhaps you have forgotten that I used a sword in the past." As he spoke, he slowly pulled out his sword. The snow-white edge did not reflect a glimmer of light. It was as if all of the light had been sucked into the steady and pure white palm. Fan Xian's eyelids twitched. He gathered his thoughts and desperately bit the tip of his tongue. The pain made him a little more awake. In a moment of life and death, all schemes and battles of wits were fake. He anxiously forced out all of the surging tyrannical Jinqi from the snowy mountain behind him. Channeling it to his fists, he struck forward. It struck the table. Accompanied by a strange scream, Fan Xian's entire body was shaken by his own domineering fists. His body twisted in the air, like a dog in a sorry state. Frightened and miserable, he turned into a black line and rushed out of the building at a speed that was very admirable. Fan Xian swept onto the long street. His entire body floated in the air, but his eyes were filled with shock. Even at this moment, he could still feel the fierce and murderous sword intent chasing after him. It was as if it could cut him in half at any moment. He twisted his body, flicked his leg, opened his mouth, and spat out blood. Suddenly, he sped up again and somersaulted 3 times in the air. The tip of his foot kicked the green banner on the opposite building. Using the force of the soft bounce, he turned into a wisp of smoke and landed on the street. The 6 Tiger Guards and Overwatch Council swordsmen had long charged over and protected him firmly in the center. Layer upon layer, they fearlessly acted as a human shield. In an instant, Fan Xian felt that he was surrounded by people. He could not see what was happening outside. A glimmer of emotion flashed through him. His entire body once again entered its most sensitive state, ready to escape at any moment. However, there was a strange silence on Chong Street. Fan Xian did not move rashly. He hid behind the guards. After an indeterminable amount of time, he finally felt something was strange. He ordered his subordinates to open up a small crack. Yi Luyun was no longer in Baoyue brothel. Following the crack that his nervous subordinates revealed, Fan Xian looked at the end of Suzhou's Chong Street. A cloth-clothed man wearing a straw hat was carrying a person and slowly walking toward the city gate. Although he was walking slowly, it seemed that each step of the other person covered dozens of feet as he gradually moved farther away. Fan Xian swallowed and moistened his burning throat. With a face full of confusion, he wormed his way out of the crowd and stood on Chong Street, staring in a daze at Yi Luyun's back in the distance. Gao De had already come down from the opposite building. Seeing the commissioner safe and sound, he was overjoyed. In a trembling voice, he asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Fan Xian hid his slightly trembling hands behind his back and forced himself to be calm. What could be wrong? As he spoke, he watched Yi Luyun's back disappear into the city gate. At this moment, no one noticed that other than the opening Gao De had made, there were gradually new changes on the top floor of Baoyue brothel. Beside the table that Fan Xian's fists had shattered, a hole suddenly appeared in the thick layer of red paint that was about half the height of a person on the thick pillar. The fan that Fan Xian had thrown down when he fled had disappeared. The hole in the paint split open even more like a wretched wound. The skin was flipping outwards, revealing the wood inside. However, the solid wood inside also slowly split open. The crack was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It seemed to have already pierced through this thick pillar. It was not just this pillar. All of the wooden pillars, railings, carriage walls, decorations, and flower tables on the top floor of Baoyue brothel began to show cracks along the height of a person. The cracks gradually spread, gradually stretched, and gradually connected into one. It was as if an ink line had been drawn along that area in an instant by the work of the uncanny. However, this line was not drawn with ink. It was drawn with a sword. With a crisp crack, the first to fall was the flower pot rack placed in the corner of the top floor of Baoyue brothel. The flower pot landed on the floor and shattered into pieces. Then, there was a loud crash. The long street had long been cleared. There was only Fan Xian and the dozens of trusted subordinates surrounding him. Hearing the sound, these people unconsciously raised their heads to look to the upper right. Everyone, including Fan Xian, was dumbstruck. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and terror. Everyone's mouths were wide open, revealing teeth that were either perfectly white, full of tea stains, or missing a few teeth. They did not react at all when the dust and gravel that gradually filled the air blew into their mouths. Baoyue brothel had collapsed. More accurately, it should be the top floor of Baoyue brothel had collapsed. More accurately, half of the top floor of Baoyue brothel, at this moment, was neatly and tidily collapsing according to a perfect design, sending dust flying into the air. The dust gradually settled. Everyone could see clearly that it was as if the top floor of Baoyue brothel had been split open from the middle by a heavenly sword. The top had completely caved in, leaving only half of the neatly arranged wooden boards and decorations. The break was very neat and smooth. It truly was as if a large sword had split it open from the middle. Of course, at this moment, everyone knew that this had indeed been split open by a person using a sword. The feeling they had at the beginning resurfaced in everyone's hearts. This person was not a person. Fan Xian was the first person on the long street to close his mouth. He looked at the city gate that had long disappeared without a trace of people. He then turned his head to glance at his own half-broken building. He couldn't resist slapping his face heavily to convince himself that this was truly what had happened. When the people of the Overwatch Council and Tiger Guards came back to their senses, the gaze they turned to Fan Xian was somewhat strange. It was filled with shock and lingering fear, as well as confusion. They wondered how the commissioner had come out alive. This question. Fan Xian himself was not very clear. Deng Ziyu. Fan Xian's voice was slightly raspy. The rims of his eyes were filled with an unhealthy red. As he coughed, he said, "Go over there." It was clear that Deng Ziyu was still in a half-dazed state. After Fan Xian angrily said it twice, he woke up and quickly made a sound of acknowledgement. Fan Xian called him in front of him and lowered his voice. I'm saying if someone surrenders, then you must protect their life." Deng Ziyu was slightly startled. He raised his head to look at the commissioner. A glimmer of shame flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. "Bring the person back, no, have the Black Knights send him directly back to Jingdo." He sighed in his heart. "Don't get involved with me anymore. Let your elders play with their own matters. I can't endure this kind of mental torture anymore." Deng Ziyu accepted the order and turned his head to glance at the half-broken building. He couldn't resist swallowing. In a trembling voice, he asked, "Sir, who exactly is that person?" Fan Xian glared at him and said, "Didn't Gao De say it was Siga Jian?" It was no wonder Deng Ziyu was a trusted aide from the Second Bureau. He very straightforwardly retorted, "The council reports clearly wrote that Siga Jian is still in Dongyi." Fan Xian directly cut off his words and said angrily, "Look at this broken building. The other party is a great grandmaster. Is his whereabouts something our crows can keep track of?" Deng Ziyu didn't understand why Fan Xian was angry. He quickly accepted the order and found a horse to leave the city in a hurry to meet up with the Black Knights. After Deng Ziyu left, Fan Xian continued to stand on the long street, unwilling to return to Hua Garden. His subordinates and the Tiger Guards could not persuade him, so they could only stand with him. Fan Xian couldn't resist glancing at his half-broken building again. He wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. Before long, a fast horse from the Overwatch Council returned. "Report, already out of the city gate." Another number of hours passed. "Report, already past the evening pavilion." Finally, another rider arrived in a panic. "Report, already past the 7-li slope." The 7-li slope was more than 7 li from Suzhou. It was already on the official road back to Jingdo. It was a full 20 li. Although no one dared to believe that the man in the bamboo hat was able to travel 20 li in such a short time, once they thought of his identity, they somewhat understood. After confirming that the extraordinary warrior who had cut a building in half had left Suzhou, everyone let out a breath. Tiger Guard Gao De wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and moved closer to Fan Xian's side. In a quiet voice, he said, "Sir, should we arrange for someone to stop him?" "Who can stop him?" Gao De thought for a moment and realized that he had indeed said something stupid. He quickly said, "We have to quickly write a secret report and send it to Jingdo." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, I'm afraid there won't be enough time, but it has to be written. Deng Diwen. He called over another member of the Qinian unit. He was the original swordsman of the 6th Bureau responsible for protecting Xia Qifei a few days ago. When Deng Ziyu was not by his side, he was the one Fan Xian trusted the most. Fan Xian did not avoid Gao De and straightforwardly said in a cold voice, Go notify the governor's yamen. Tomorrow, go to Ming Garden and turn in all of the Ming family's private soldiers. Gao De listened to the side and his heart trembled slightly. He had indeed not thought that after such a dangerous moment had passed, the first thing the commissioner would think of was how to use this matter to his own advantage. The imperial envoy being attacked was a major event. Presently, the people of Jiangnan were angry. Everyone would certainly think of the Ming family. Using this matter to once again weaken the Ming family, at the same time, it could slightly reduce the people's resentment toward the old Ming matriarch's death. Gao De truly admired the commissioner from the bottom of his heart. After confirming that Yi Luyun had left Suzhou, Fan Xian's heart relaxed involuntarily. However, there was still a great doubt and confusion in his heart. However, it was impossible for him to talk to anyone about it. Looking again at the half-broken building beside him, he couldn't resist cursing with a gloomy expression, how much silver is this going to cost to repair? That old bastard. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately, they froze and didn't dare to open their mouths. The long street was silent again. No one had thought that the commissioner would dare to curse a great grandmaster in the middle of the street. Fan Xian looked at everyone's strange expressions and a wave of anger surged up for no reason. He opened his mouth and cursed loudly, This is my building. Someone else is tearing it down, and I can't even curse. That's an old bastard. Gao De's heart was complicated. He wanted to go cover the commissioner's mouth, but he didn't have the courage. He couldn't help but admire the commissioner even more. He was indeed a courageous and exceptional figure. Earlier, Fan Xian had dealt with it alone upstairs, which had already made these subordinates indescribably amazed. Later, he was able to survive and successfully make the great grandmaster float away. Everyone admired the commissioner even more to the bone. Of course, what they admired the most was that Fan Xian still dared to curse in the middle of the street after the matter. Under everyone's admiring gazes, Fan Xian mumbled something, but no one heard it clearly. They only saw his body go limp and he was about to fall down in the middle of the long street. A patch of flowers floated past. A girl supported Fan Xian's body. Everyone recognized this person and knew she was the commissioner's confidant, so they were not nervous. They were just a bit worried. It looked like the commissioner had still suffered internal injuries in the face of an extraordinary and saintly great grandmaster. Everyone hurriedly followed the young man and woman in front of them toward Hua Garden. It was only at this time that the governor's manor's soldiers arrived late. Fan Xian tilted his body slightly and fell into the girl's embrace. Smelling the faint fragrance, he couldn't resist grumbling, He's already gone before you dared to come out. An apologetic expression flashed across Haitang's face. I can't beat him. Fan Xian couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Who can beat this kind of monster? Haitang asked worriedly, You suffered internal injuries? No, Fan Xian replied seriously. I pretended for too long upstairs. Actually, my legs have long gone limp from fear. The last chapter was actually written in a hurry. Many places were rather rough, such as a lot of typos, so I was embarrassed to narcissistically admire myself at the end of the chapter. This was in response to a cute question from a book friend. Then, there was Yi Luyun coming to Suzhou. The logical problem of coming and then leaving is established, but the specific reason cannot be explained. The inside story is detailed in the next volume, Pleasure Before the Palace. P.S. The The south was cold, and the whole family caught a cold. One brother's parents went south for the new year and ended up stuck on the Hunan Railway. Another brother wanted to go north for the new year, but the train stopped running, so he could only be alone. What is this? Fortunately, there is a sky full of white snow to edify. I wish everyone good health. Photoshop again. Occasionally I think of something. Now that the story is good, why is there less strangeness in the words? I want to find the part that makes me feel good. Photoshop again. Today, the word count seems to have increased. Originally, there were only 8,900 words. Photoshop now it's over 9,000 words. Tomorrow, I'll write a chapter to make up for it. I'm too lazy to change. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 403. In front of a valley about 20 li from Suzhou City, a manor without any special features was quietly waiting for dusk to descend. With the arrival of dusk, the night gradually fell. 400 black horses held coins in their mouths and cloths under their hooves as they quietly surrounded the manor like the grim reaper of the night. What followed was a bloody battle. The black knights outside the garden shot fire arrows into the garden, and the people inside were lighting their own fires. Smoke signals rose, lives were lost, and the garden was destroyed. The Black Knights were the 5th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. It was the most powerful department, but there was no one in the yamen. They always waited outside Jingdo for Chen Pingping's transfer. It was not until later that the Overwatch Council gained a young commissioner that the Black Knights split into two. 1,000 followed Fan Xian. From this, one could see how much Chen Pingping valued Fan Xian. Last year, when Fan Xian went on a diplomatic mission to northern Qi, the Black Knights had escorted him all the way to the border. Furthermore, at Wudu, they had successfully annihilated the army that Shang Shanhu had sent to rescue Xiao En. The Black Knights who had been on standby in Jiangbei finally had a place to use their skills today. However, the deputy commander of the Black Knights who was riding at the foot of the mountain did not have any excited expression. To them, this was just a simple task. The commander of these 400 Black Knights was the deputy commander of the 5th Bureau, surnamed Jing Wuming. Jiang Jing sat steadily on his horse and looked at the raging fire in the garden. His right hand slowly pressed against his face and took off the black mask that covered his face, revealing a pale face and a pair of cold and emotionless eyes under the mask. The mission the commissioner had given them had been completed. However, they had not expected that this unremarkable garden would have such a powerful martial force that even the Black Knights had suffered some damage. The most terrifying thing was that everyone in the garden seemed to know that they had only one path to death. They fought with all their might. Not a single person surrendered. Jiang Jing did not know who was in the garden. He was only carrying out the commissioner's orders. Furthermore, the people in the garden had set fire themselves. Some evidence that could not see the light of day had probably long been destroyed. He grabbed the rope, and the horse's hooves clattered as it slowly approached the burning garden. The cavalrymen under him were treating the wounded and cleaning up the scene. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he watched all of this. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. The 5 riders burst out of the fire, flickering with black flames, as if they were the ghost death cavalry of the netherworld. Other than the knights in black armor, there were also a few people who were tied up like rice dumplings. Jing Jing pressed his right hand on his face again and put on the black mask again before the 5 riders arrived. His thin lips slightly opened and a cold voice rang out. He was a little surprised, alive. The 5 riders rode to his side and reported, these 5 people are hiding in the well and have surrendered." Even though Jiang Jing was cold, there was an additional unexpected joy in his heart. The corners of his lips twitched and revealed a cold smile. The commissioner should be happy. With this garden's desperate resistance and the plan to burn indiscriminately, it was indeed not easy to capture them alive. Jiang Jing looked at the 5 captives tied up on the horse and felt a little strange in his heart. Back to Suzhou. The surface of the black mask reflected the golden flames. It looked extraordinarily colorful and had a chilling aura. Under the mask, Jiang Jing coldly gave the order. Outside the garden, the neighing of horses tore through the silence of the dark night in the valley. The horses' hooves clattered slightly before they formed up again. In unison, they became 3 black torrents and circled around the burning manor. They swept diagonally across the road at the foot of the mountain and disappeared into the night. Not long after the Black Knights left the mountain like ghosts and entered the plains, they ran into Deng Ziyu and his group, who had come to receive orders, and received the commissioner's latest order. Jiang Jing was silent for a moment and arranged for a small group of riders to escort the captives to Jingdou. The remaining hundreds of night death gods did not enter the city. Instead, they quietly found a place to cross the river and returned to the camp in Jiangbei. After Deng Ziyu reported back to Hua Garden, Fan Xian only nodded his head to indicate he understood. In his study, he finished writing a secret memorial to the emperor and handed it to a subordinate in the council to quickly send it back to Jingdou. Then, he went alone to the main hall of Hua Garden. Bright lanterns hung high in the main hall, illuminating it brightly. In particular, the chest of snowflake silver was lying quietly in the chest, reflecting an alluring light. Fan Xian glanced at the chest of silver and shook his head. Sighing, he sat on a chair beside the chest and thought to himself that silver was indeed very useful. 138,880 taels of silver were neatly stacked up in the chest. Fan Xian couldn't resist glancing at it again and sighed again. In the end, he gave up on the thought in his heart. Facing Yi Luyun, that feeling of helplessness and powerlessness actually made Fan Xian angry. Of course, he did not feel any unnecessary self-pity or humiliation. Not being able to defeat a great grandmaster was a matter of justice. However, he knew that no matter how his life developed in the future, there would come a day when he would face a great grandmaster. Even if it wasn't Yi Luyun, Siga Jian, or that person in the palace, he would still have to face them head-on. However, Yi Luyun had cut the building in half with one strike and that powerful aura that filled the heaven and earth. It all made Fan Xian clearly realize that the current him was completely helpless against someone of the great grandmaster level. It was the same logic as the Ming family being completely helpless against him. A great grandmaster was too powerful, so powerful that he could ignore the encirclement of normal martial power. No wonder the emperor had always been lukewarm toward the Yi family. No wonder he was able to support that pair of orphans and widows. No wonder an idiot like Siga Jian could protect Dong Yi. Fan Xian thought to himself and sighed. He began to miss his dear uncle Wu Zhu. Immediately, he overturned his thoughts. He only had one life. He couldn't always rely on his uncle to resolve his worries and remove difficulties. Particularly, Wu Zhu couldn't have any advantage when facing these great grandmasters. From the depths of his heart, Fan Xian didn't want Uncle Wu Zhu to take risks. Then, how could he kill a great grandmaster? Under the company of a chest of silver and a hall full of lights, Fan Xian sank into deep thought. In an instant, he had already simulated many scenarios and themes in his mind. What kind of place of certain death and certain killing opportunity would he have to create in order to kill a great grandmaster on the spot? His palm unconsciously patted the chest. Suddenly, he stood up and yelled in a loud voice, "Meeting! Meeting!" As he yelled, he walked toward the back of the hall. The commissioner had called for a meeting, so no one dared to slight it. The upper-level officials the Overwatch Council had placed in Hua Garden, all of the members of the Chinian unit, and the 7 Tiger Guards all gathered in the conference hall. Fan Xian's but had just landed on the chair when he couldn't resist laughing and scolding, help Sir Lin back to play. He glared at the third prince, who had come to watch the spectacle, and Dabao, who had run in at some point, and had the serving girls help these two back. Glancing at the number of people present, he shook his head and said, "Invite Shi Chanli and Sangwen over as well." The subordinate accepted the order and left. In a moment, Shi Chanli and Sangwen also arrived in the hall. Shi Chanli often helped his teacher handle some affairs, so he was not unfamiliar with this kind of meeting situation. On the contrary, Sangwen's gentle face was filled with hesitation and shock. She thought the imperial envoy was discussing the important matters of court. What was she, a singer, doing here? The theme of today's meeting is very simple. Everyone, open your minds. If you have any strange ideas, be bold and say them. Fan Xian rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "I really can't think of anything by myself." Tiger Guard Gauda glanced at him and saw the commissioner's worry, but he didn't know what he was worried about. In a low voice, he said, "Sir, please give your orders." "Brainstorm, brainstorm, brainstorm." Fan Xian forced a smile and said, "Everyone, come and help come up with ideas." Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what ideas he wanted them to come up with. Fan Xian said very seriously, "What do you think it takes to kill a great grandmaster?" The discussion hall immediately became silent. All the subordinates looked at each other. Sangwen was so shocked that she pressed her slightly wide lips together into a small cherry mouth. Shi Chanli had a strong urge to turn and leave. What was this discussion about? How could one kill a great grandmaster? If someone could actually think of a way, then the first thing the Qin Kingdom and Northern Qi would do was to send people to kill Sigurd according to the law. Then, the two countries would first divide the wealth of Dongyi with the noble women of the vassal states. Of all the people in the hall, Deng Ziyu's position was higher and he was closer to Fan Xian. Looking at his expression and the strange expressions of his colleagues, he carefully said, "Sir, were you injured by the sword Qi?" Fan Xian immediately cursed angrily, "I didn't injure my brain." He didn't care how shocked his subordinates were. In any case, he forced everyone to come up with ideas. For a moment, the people in the discussion hall were forced into a corner. They could only pick some absurd ideas to come up with. As they came up with ideas, everyone felt uneasy. A great grandmaster was revered by tens of thousands of people. He was a godlike figure. Yet, they had to follow the commissioner's orders and think of how to harm him. However, the Overwatch Council was, in the end, a sinister yamen flowing with black water. After saying a few words, everyone let go of their courage and felt a strange sense of pleasure. Meeting to discuss how to kill a great grandmaster. Even if they couldn't kill him, just thinking about it was exciting enough. Someone opened the discussion by saying that they could not defeat a great grandmaster. If they wanted to defeat him, first of all, they had to weaken his power and increase their own. They suggested using poison. Someone immediately retorted that a great grandmaster's martial power had reached perfection. Once poison entered the body, it would immediately turn into a puddle of snow water and be useless. Someone suggested that they should choose a medicine that stimulated the body's inherent qualities. It was not an external poison, but it could move the body's emotions or energy in a short time. Naturally, it would weaken afterward. Fan Xian coldly interrupted, "That's an aphrodisiac." Someone else said that if one wanted to take a person's life, one had to first disturb their will. If one wanted to kill someone, one had to first make them crazy. They should construct some special scene to intensify the great grandmaster's emotions and make his mind sink into confusion. Fan Xian nodded with great approval. In his heart, he was cursing Ouyang Feng's craziness. Deng Ziyu thought for a while and suddenly slapped the table. In reality, it's not difficult. As long as we think of a way to set up a trap so that the opponent can't escape easily, we can use the 6th Bureau's crossbow camps to surround him and release them in order without stopping or resting. We can exhaust his true strength. Even if we have to use tens of thousands of crossbow arrows, we have to weaken the opponent's body in qi. Then, we can use the 5th Bureau's Black Knights to charge. After all, a great grandmaster is not a god. Fan Xian looked at him and asked, "How many people do you think will die with this plan of yours?" Deng Ziyu calculated and reported, "The 6th Bureau's crossbow camps will probably all be destroyed. There should still be 10% of the Black Knights alive." Fan Xian shook his head and said, "I want to kill people, not send my own people to their deaths." Deng Ziyu excitedly said, "If we can actually succeed, it doesn't matter how many people die." Fan Xian raised his brows and smiled coldly. "Then, how can you make the opponent not move and not escape? Just stand there and let you shoot and rush as you please. He's not a scarecrow." Deng Ziyu was silent. The brainstorming continued. The ideas everyone came up with became increasingly preposterous and nonsensical. Some people suggested becoming kidnappers, others suggested playing with an avalanche, and others suggested doing something to the latrine. Then, the rebuttals also arrived. First, Siga Jian did not have any family. His family had all been killed by him. At the same time, Dongyi never saw snow all year round. As for the last suggestion, everyone snorted disdainfully and couldn't be bothered with it. Fan Xian watched this scene with cold eyes and felt slightly at ease. This seemingly preposterous discussion was actually to lessen the shock in his subordinates' hearts at the Baoyue brothel incident. Yi Liuyun's sudden appearance had, without question, created a powerful shadow in their hearts. Even Gao Da's face had difficulty showing its original determination. Taking such a group of subordinates to do things, he couldn't allow them to be immersed in such inappropriate emotions. That was why Fan Xian would openly ask everyone to discuss how to kill a great grandmaster. After a few rounds of discussion, it was clear that the fear suppressed in the depths of everyone's hearts had lessened greatly. Other than excitement, it could be said that they had swept away the shock they had received during the day. The effect was good. Of course, the people in the discussion room did indeed bring up some effective methods. No one knew if Fan Xian would use them in the future. As for his subordinates taking Siga Jian as their imaginary enemy, it was somewhat unexpected to Fan Xian. The people of the Qin kingdom would never think of dealing with Yi Liyun. Because they were in the honeymoon period with Northern Qi, because of Fan Xian's relationship with Haitang, and because the young lady of the Fan family had now become Master Ku He's last disciple, the subordinates would not blindly discuss how to kill Ku He in front of the commissioner. It was that pitiful Siga Jian again. The discussion lasted until the candles were extinguished. After everyone dispersed, they continued to whisper among themselves in the garden. They were excited by the commissioner's daring action and couldn't help themselves. Fan Xian shook his head and called Sang Wen over. Baoyue brothel is half destroyed. It will take at least half a month to repair. What arrangements have been made for the girls in the brothel? When they first went to evacuate the neighborhood, the guests in Baoyue brothel had all left. The girls had also been evacuated to a safe area. It was not until now that Fan Xian had the leisure to worry about his brothel business. Sang Wen replied respectfully and cautiously, "The girls have been temporarily placed in other brothels. The bosses are very easy to talk to and have all taken them. However, staying in other brothels for a long time is not a good thing." Fan Xian nodded. In all of Suzhou, there was no one who didn't look at his face. Those brothel bosses were probably more than happy to help take in their own girls. Then, let Sir Chonli take the lead on the matter of recultivation. You can rest for a while. Fan Xian suddenly thought of something and raised his brows. A glimmer of ruthlessness appeared on his handsome face. Put away all of the detailed bills. When I return to the capital next year, I will find someone to collect on them. Sangwen made a sound of acknowledgement. Fan Xian asked, you don't have to live outside. Hua Garden is big. Spend a few days with Cece and help look after my brother-in-law. Sangwen smiled innocently and covered her mouth, not saying anything. What is it? Miss Haitang also said the same thing, Sangwen said with a light laugh. Those two girls have also been brought to the garden. Fan Xian was startled. Only now did he understand that she was talking about the two leading ladies of Baoyue brothel, Liang Diandian and Ma Suosua. He couldn't help but be surprised at Haitang's meticulousness. Liang Diandian had not officially opened her cards, so it was indeed not appropriate for her to live in another brothel. As for Ma Suosua, that was the great prince's mistress. He had to take good care of her. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.